Okay. Yep. Looks like that went through perfectly fine. Good to see, good to see. There we go. That's all good. That's on the upload. Okay, so then let's pull up the actual game now. Okay. Go. Yeah. Huh? Promoted to legend? What? Pretty sure I was on number 2, but... Oh, I mean number 3 last Warzone, but... Okay. Huh. Yep, I guess this is supposed to be from Alpha. Yep. Okay, yep, and Lucha. Because their birthday was the other day. And... let's put those codes in, shall we? Oops. That. And new... Huh? There we go. On over to the guild. That. Close, claim. And let's do our guild battle. Your turn. Launcher. That's will do.
私の活躍を期待してください。ここは私が食い止める。大丈夫。かすり傷。
Okay, right, I forgot I had my dodge on the same as Wuwa. Griefing. Well. Ow.
にし前方注意回避してその程度の大丈夫かすり傷
Okay, not too much.
危険対象相当完了勝利の感覚は最高ね
Decent, I guess. I mean, could be better, but it's whatever. Pull oh, double
僕
electric.
を信じてくれる君に感謝すべきか。
アダージュアンダンテ演奏開始オーバーキュアを慈悲は銀付きあり
即戦即決でいこう。
私がコーダを捧げてあげましょうアリアの時間です
これはベストコンビだ。これはベストコンビだ。そう長く苦しめるつもりはない。極寒の中断春が咲き誇る。
オーバーキュアを私がコーダを捧げてあげましょうアリアの時間ですアリアのオーバーキュアを私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう慈悲アリアの時間私がコーダを捧げてあげましょう
彼らの罪を清算しよう。これ
ロンドの
そう長く苦しめるつもりはない。極寒の中断春が咲き誇る。
手加減はなしですバルは誰一人逃がしません重落一斉力発戦記バルは誰一人逃がしませんアリアの時間です慈悲は義務オーバー私がコーダを捧げてあげましょうアリアの時間です
Okay, nice, nice,
こ
nice.
のレクイエム
Let's see what we got for the
戦
middle.
場に消えてしまったすべての命に捧げるもの
And we got Lilith. Okay. A dark team. Okay, we'll do dark team then.
しょぼいミッションばっかりやらせんじゃねえよ私が隊長あいつがターゲットか先陣を切らせてもらうぞ行くよどこ見てんだよ全部消えせ私の目の前から泡のように消えろ出て未練なく生けるチャンスをあげましょう沈め海の底に最高のゲームをお見せしましょうオールインそれともアウト幸運なお客さんチップ回収ですチップ回収ですほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ私の目の前から泡のように消えろ出ていけ滅びろ沈め海の底に 行くよ。ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。未練なく生けるチャンスをあげましょう。どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せ。私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。未練なく生けるチャンスをあげましょう。沈め海の底に。最高のゲームをお見せしましょう。オールインそれともアウト。幸運なお客様。チップ回収です。行くよ。ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。平穏な海底って。
Not bad, not bad.
指揮官、やっと帰ってきた。探しに行こうとして準備も満タンだった。あなたが人気者であると知っています。
Tapa. Hey. Nope. Those. Put a nice Celica to work today. How many days do we have? More than 7. Five levels. My action limit. What's on the supplies? Has to be in the first 3 here. Probably. Nope, never mind. 2 and 5. Okay. War zone, pain cage. Alright, yeah, because I didn't. Portalt. Fire. Anything. Dark. And I think I got everyone. Cradle. Cradle's the only one that's missed. That's not doing as well. Okay, well I guess we'll start today with short halt.
進みましょう。降りかかる苦難が全てなくなるまで。
怒りない。もう死は恐れない。準備はすでに整っている。問題。
私に任せてください。総員
道を切り開く。
当たれ。集え。暁の光。それ。カラスバのように壁。黎明のように貫け。紅のよ。
集中。
私に任せてください。彼方まで越え行け。進みましょう。降りかかる苦難が全てなくなるまで。
Yep. And next one.
私に任せてください。
準備はすでに整う。生き抜い。
総員失礼。
道を切り開く。
それ。集え。暁の光。カラスバのように壁。黎明のように貫け。紅のよ。私に任せてください。
集中攻撃。
彼方まで 超えゆけ。
もう死は恐れない。生き
総員出撃。
行くぞ。立ち止まるのはらしくない。
Good enough. Warzone. We got no laser and wolf. I'll start with no first.
自分の任務を遂行しなさい。
この戦場にも勝利をもたらそう。
この手溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れなさい。
集中攻撃。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れなさい。偽りの存在、抵抗なんて無意味。物語はここで終わり。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
あの子でさ、まばたきし見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。悪くないわ。
溶けて消えなさい。
物語
真実を受け入れなさい。
集中攻撃。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えん偽りの存在、崩壊なす真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて無偽りの存在、これ
物語はここで終わる。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。
あなたがまばたきしないで。さあ見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まっています。
溶けて消えなさい。崩壊な真実を受け入れなさい。
集中攻撃。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えん偽りの存在、崩壊な真実を受け入れなさい。偽りの存在に
集中攻撃。
物語はここで終わり。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。
結末まばたきしないで。さあ見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まっています。
溶けて消えなさい。崩壊真実を受け入れなさい。偽りの存在、これで終わります。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて無意味。
物語はここで終わり。
終焉の音を聞きなさい。
結末をまばたきしないで。さあ見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まっています。
溶けて消えなさい。前へと進むわ。
Ay, not bad, not
あ
bad.
なたも共に でしょ。チームワークですか？命令により暗闇を払いに参ります。この剣に誓って共鳴のするね。抵抗。さあ終焉の光を与えましょう。埋葬します。悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します。剣の調べは連綿と締め法眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。剣の調べは連綿とこの剣に誓って常に絶対に許共鳴のつるね。さあ終焉の光を与えましょう。制裁を課します。悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します。即戦即決しない。四面そ眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ。暗闇共鳴のするね。崩壊した大敵の隙を作ります。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。この剣に誓って共鳴のするね。さあ終焉の光を与えましょう。制裁を課します。悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します。剣の調べは連綿と四面そ眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ。強敵の隙を作ります。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。偽りを破壊。この剣に誓って共鳴のするね。共鳴のすさあ終焉の光を与えましょう。制裁を課します。悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します。剣の調べは連綿と四面そ眉の金箔乱流と解く轟音に散れ。残響に乗せて全て滅びなさい。秩序再建無知の幕を下ろせ。共鳴のするね。決意の刃で暗闇を切り裂く。偽りを破壊。共鳴のするね。共鳴。さあ終焉の光を与えましょう。制裁を課します。悪夢の終わりをここに宣告します。咲き誇る花がいつか雪原を追います。
Good. Almost 3 million. And here we go. Here we go now. Here we go now. We'll do plasma beam first. See what we can get on there. Oops.
戦いで頼りになる仲間がいるのはいいことです。 この一曲はみんなの元に戻ってくれて嬉しいな。この戦いグレーレーブンが先導します。
Seems good enough.
運命を変えるため、みんなを守るためにナナミ登場。最高のゲームをお見せしましょう。ナナミ出撃。総員出撃。それ集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、翼よ羽ばたけ。最高のゲームをお見せしましょう。ナナミ総員出撃。未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。楽勝楽勝。おアルティメットスペクタクル。やーいけ集え暁の光。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け、翼よ羽ばたけ。カラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。総員出撃。へえよー未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。楽勝楽勝。おアルティメットスペクタクル。やーよーく未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。集え暁の光。黎明のように貫け、翼よ羽ばたけ。いけカラスバのように輝き、黎明のように貫け。紅蓮のナナミ出撃。彼方まで越えゆけ。総員出撃。ナナミ出撃。よい未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。運命は全部ナナミ自身が決めるんだ。
This is probably pretty bad. For legend, yeah, that's pretty bad. Hey, how about laser alloy? Anyways, lightning.
オッケー。ナナミが絶対にみんなを無事に連れて帰るから。運命を変えるため、みんなを守るためにナナミ登場。へえよい狩りが始まった。楽勝楽勝。おアルティメットスペクタクル。やー 風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。歯ごたえないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の手狩りが始まった。風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。聖書ななみ出撃。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。狩りが始まっ隙だらけよ。楽勝楽勝。アルティメットスペクタクル。やーよー狩りが隙だらけよ。楽勝楽勝。アルティメットスペクタクル。やーその程度の抵抗なの。風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。何出撃。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の抵抗なの。風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。手加減をしない。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。聖書狩りが始まった。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。来たなー。よーく見ててね。隙だらけ。楽勝楽勝。アルティメットスペクタクル。やーパーツトラブル。よいしょっと。隙だらけ。楽勝楽勝。アルティメットスペクタクル。やー風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。狩りが始まった。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。その程度の抵抗なの。巨来の旗のもと、私と歩む覚悟はあるかしら。
Okay, much better. Bum, bum, bum. Da-da-dum. Sorry about this month. Okay, Clash Reflection. This Limito Spectacle! Yeah! And the basic attack. Let's run it with my Dark King.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め海の底に。崩れ食らえ。
どんなハーモニーがお好きですか？準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。静かに出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め海の底に。
Nice! One rotation.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まります。
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め 海の底にクズメ食らえ。
どんなハーモニーがお好きですか？準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まり。
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ滅びろ。
Nice, another one rotation. Okay, and now for the last four.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まり。
Voodoo.
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ滅びろ。沈め海の底に。ファーストスラスター変化。
どんなハーモニーがお好きですか？
やーどこ見てんだよ。全部消えうせ。
Not now. 12. Okay, the usual.
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。出ていけ滅びろ。沈め海の底に。無駄な抵抗だ。
どんなハーモニーがお好きですか？
どこ見てんだよ。全部消えうせ。
展開部です。
どけ邪魔だ。
家電車。ご清聴ありがとうございます。
泡のように消えろ。
13.
準備完了。オーバーチュアが始まり。
私
Hey,
の目の前
dragon.
泡
It's
の
been
よ
a
う
while.
に消えろ。出ていけ滅びろ。沈め海の底に。クズメ食らえ。
どんなハーモニーがお好きですか？
なあそーら。
And last one. Who do we got? Vonnegut or somebody else? Nope. Veronica.
間違った音を出してしまっても最後まで演奏しなければなりま
泡のように
無駄だ。
出ていけ滅びろ。
まだわからないのか？我々の未来に人間は不要。人間は終わりだ。
無駄な抵抗だ。
どれだけ止められても。
どこ見てんだよ。全部消えう
Wait, already down to 50? 早いですね。
ここでポーズ。次は
とっても早いんですね。Fast, fast. Pretty fast. Give me. Okay. Oh. Clips. Alright, it shows you the boss over there. Oh. There's a way to see rankings, but I guess not. Oh well. Woman. How are we looking? Pretty good, pretty good. Lots of recruits, lots of recruits. These. I forgot what I was trying to buy. I think I wanted 3 shards and skill components. I was gonna skip on the skill components, focus on the memory shards. Those. And then burn the rest on skill components. Memories themselves. Yeah, I have a bunch of Coddies already for next set of characters. What do I even have? Ignoring those. Two. Characters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, okay, yeah, perfect, perfect. Maybe just a little bit more. Well, I don't know if Jetavi uses Coddy. She might not. Who knows? I'll figure that out when that happens. Three. So 72, 73. Yeah, I can't miss any days. I might need to buy 1 rank. But I can't miss any more days. Song you heard back then, a gentle melody. Instruments accompanying the song. Beautiful piano music. As the flute. This is new. A nice little tune. A whale song, once incomplete, now restored in its full melody. That was nice. I think that's it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay. I think I skipped the story on this. We'll probably go through that in a couple of days. Burn a little bit more on this. Any? Hey, tickets. Nice. So shiny? More tickets. Nice. And 1200. 961 78. Oh yeah, next reset happening soon, so that's another weapon resonance. Nice, nice, nice. That's so close. Couple levels and then I'll have the triple S. And then I gotta go back to working on Sheer and Crimson Weave to finish. And I want to also finish Abyss as well. Seven, two, yeah. No. Also this. Huh. I thought we had one for, not hyperreal, but, old physically. Guess not. Uniframe shop. I need to save up to 450 because I need Lilith's weapon. Just for collection stuff. Collection purposes. But I want to save it for... Okay, I think we've done most of the important stuff so far. Just got... There's a Shrine, and then Deceiver's Rapture to go through. Stuff, but first, take a bit of a break before we continue this. I want to go get something to drink real quick, and I'll be back in a bit.
「 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 。 」 . 」 。 」 . 」 」 . 」 」 」 」 」 」 」 」 . 」 」 . 」 「
Okay, I am back. Let's continue on with this Abogo, shall we? So I don't think I have any weapon R&D. And it's only 200 that I got. Anyways, back to Wither to Shine. Donna. Power, again, that's all done. It's 30, nothing I really need. Operation Simterra, that was the Commandant playthrough. I already did that all. Keck Trials, and yeah, I already did all that as well. Okay, so back to Wither to Shine. Dangerous place. So just as a quick reminder, last time what happened is we basically got up, connected up with Ishmael. She brought us to the tower. We challenged the tower and went through everything and got our qualifications to be an observer, which Shigi-kan has become an observer now. And now we went back in time, back to the underwater base of Vonnegut to basically get our memories, merge with Chaos, and try to take the full power of Agent Zero without having Chaos go crazy. To try and basically go back even further and preserve our situation so that we can recover from the whole issue about the dead-end timeline and so forth, by not having the tower around. So now that we are back in the underwater base of Vonnegut, we are at a dangerous place. Even though people seek their path through death, a part of them still hopes to endure life and see tomorrow. First day. Oh. Flashback. The first day at FOS. The campus is adorned with welcome projections while the school anthem drifts through the air above the auditorium. Hey, hello there. This your first day at FOS? Here's the enrollment form. Make sure to fill it out using your terminal. I understand. Hey, small Vanessa. Cute. Very cute. Bob cut. The girl with purple eyes impatiently takes the form and turns to leave. Oh, hello there. You're also a freshman, right? Okay, yeah, so we could choose to be either in the same class as Vanessa or not. Which technically from previous dialogue, if I remember correctly, we are technically supposed to be a little bit older than her, so let's say no. Or I guess not, never mind. We are a freshman. Okay, so then exact same class then. Looks like we've got quite a few interesting freshmen this year. You're already wearing our uniform. The amiable senior student smiles and then takes out an identical form. Here's the enrollment form. Make sure to fill it out using your terminal. After briefly pointing out a few things to note on the form, the senior student walks away. Enrollment registration form. For some reason, everything before your eyes becomes blurry. The surrounding laughter and bustling chatter slowly dissipate. In a daze, the campus scenery somehow overlaps with an unfamiliar structure where white fog fills the air and crimson crystals resonate with a distinct metallic sound. Blink. You blink, and for a moment the surroundings seem to waver, but upon closer inspection, nothing appears out of the ordinary. I must be too nervous. Hello, do you need any help? I just noticed you seemed a bit out of it. I'm fine, thank you. Receiving your reassuring response, the senior student moves on to another freshman who appears to need help. Go back to check the enrollment form. FOS Military Command College enrollment form. Name: Kane. Gender: male. Student ID: you think it was noted on the folder of your examination report. Where did you put that folder again? The corner of a worn folder peeks out from your backpack. Reach out to grab it. Excuse me. The girl rushing to submit her enrollment form accidentally bumps into your shoulder. You lose grip of the folder and the report pages are scattered across the ground, lit aground by a mysterious gust of wind. Yep. Medical report. In the upper right corner of the report, a handwritten code catches your attention. Yep, the numbers, Mason. 931206. Why? Why would there be a handwritten code? The deliberately stretched 9 drags behind it along... Well, the deliberately stretched 9 drags behind it a long trail like some kind of scar, as everything fades back into silence. A roar of thunder blasts in the air. No. In the pitch black, damp environment, a steady heartbeat pulses in your ears. This is chaos. Memories resurface in a dizzying carousel, as chaos seems to undergo an excruciating process of being shattered and reconstructed. Your gaze clings to her consciousness as fleeting footsteps gradually quicken. Hello, my name is Lucia. My frame designation is BPL-01, Lotus. I'm also the team leader of Grey Raven. I look forward to working with you. My name's Lee. Frame designation BPN-06, Palefire. My original team is not important. I've been assigned to Grey Raven. Dual guns are my weapon of choice. I'm equally adept at strategic planning and close combat. My turn. My name is Liv, Support Construct. I came from Egret. My preferred weapons are levitated weapons platforms. I look forward to working together. This was the new Grey Raven. At times, its memories belonging to Grey Raven. At others, it's... You're going to the Youth Center again next month. You've been on quite a few missions lately. Maybe you should take some proper rest. After all these years, that child must be all grown up by now. Project Scylla. What's so important about a crazy project that was terminated long ago? The small purple ascendant didn't off me, just shot me up and dumped me in a heap of rubble. Or perhaps it's... My dream, that future we wanted, is right there beyond the seemingly infinite darkness. Hope will triumph and fulfill its dream. You remember the name known, but not this incident. There's another real me in Babylonia, right, Grey Raven Commandant? And this is not my will alone. This is the will of civilization. The fragmented illusions are endlessly shattered and reconstructed as chaotic memories continuously appear and vanish within the egg. The pain, mercifully enveloped, and hatches once more. And this story has quietly changed the ending of fate. It's been so long since I've done something this adventurous. The simple delight of pulling off this clever deception briefly fills her consciousness, creating a ripple in her long, monotonous life. And now, the book pages open gently, turning to the page marked with a giant whale. It's almost time. Her index finger glides across the book where crimson gold threads twist and writhe. Countdown. Time silently leaps to April 1st. Vonnegut never makes just one plan. On the book's projection, a gradually sprouting sapling is deeply rooted in the red tide. The shrewd agent, like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, has already set up a new tree of life in another area. The small tree of life emits an eerie red glow in the dim base, a crimson egg slowly pulsating within its embrace. He hasn't noticed that the consciousness within has already been replaced, and the gaze of Grey Raven is now attached to the yet-to-hatch chaos. After that, the undersea cradle is thrown into chaos as a giant whale leaps from the water's surface. What a captivating story. With great interest and a hint of anticipation, she turns her gaze back to the book. Can you really find the key to breaking this closed loop? Thump, thump, thump. The crimson egg once again pulsates with the rhythm of life. The ending of the story has already been changed. The parade beneath the sea is never meant solely for the abandoned. We will continue to search for our path even in death. But what we truly desire is to endure life and see tomorrow. Death is not the end. At the end of death lies the tomorrow of hope. The torch will inevitably be rekindled, and the Grey Raven emblem will once again shine beneath the brilliant sunlight. Born again. Her completeness is beyond my imagination. Probably something unexpected has happened. A woman, draped in a pristine white cloak, walks into the dimly lit base. It's been a while. Her gaze falls upon the red egg placed beneath the small tree of life. Forgive my uninvited appearance. You've obtained the key, haven't you?
Yes, she's about to hatch.
The spindle-shaped egg pulsates slowly, beating like a human heart. So the key, would it be safe to see it as that commandant's daughter?
I'd say the key is more like the actual commandant. The introduction didn't go well. The memories and consciousness aren't entirely complete. I saw several shards that belonged to others.
Ugh. Perhaps it could already be considered a complete return ticket. Man lets out a soft sigh, seemingly dissatisfied with the current state of things. Why did you choose this commandant when anyone with a stable mind can be the core of the key? A question seems directed at more than just Vonnegut.
I need someone who understands the cost of power. The key isn't just a tool. She possesses her own consciousness. Having to go down the same path again and again is torturing, and few have what it takes to stand that. Most people use this power to satisfy their own desires once they realize what they are capable of. And we both know what can happen when that happens.
He also turns his gaze towards the pulsating egg.
Only this commandant has what it takes to become the perfect key. Unfortunately,
making the real commandant serve as the key is no simple task, and besides,
The agent lowers his head, staring at his palm. Throughout countless cycles, he has made desperate attempts before, but the results always fell short of expectations. I've tried using the real commandant as the key, but the results were less than ideal. What I need is future, not playing along with their happy ending charade. Oh? I wish the best of luck to you and your new key with passing through the door. Sensing Vonnegut's penetrating gaze, Ishmael offers an intentionally ambiguous explanation. I don't wish for these developments to be erased. What I truly look forward to is to witnessing the rules being shattered. So I won't obstruct your actions, whether you're ascendants or humans. If you're referring to the struggle between humans and the punishing virus, I don't really care which side emerges victorious. You're far less interesting than when you were still alive, Professor. So much that I barely recognize you now. Are you still merging those voices? He instinctively touches his mask, pauses, and tacitly acknowledges the statement. You're nearly forgetting... Well, right, Ishmael. You're nearly forgetting who you are. You might be able to get out of the closed loop out of time now, but you're no longer the same person that you were. Even if you obtain the key, have you envisioned your ending? Ishmael studies the agent with an inquisitive gaze. That doesn't matter. The man's voice remains composed, unfazed by Ishmael's brief dismissal. Regardless of the outcome, this path is exactly the one I set out to take. And it won't be so uninteresting for you either, right? The two both fall silent, no longer conversing. Thump, thump. The egg's heartbeat grows increasingly rapid, like a nestling unable to break through its shell, restless, struggling to find its way out. Unable to find herself. She sweeps her cloak aside and holds the egg in her arms. Should we give her a name? Giving her an identity, providing information, it can help her hatch sooner. How about... She gives a peculiar smile. We call her Cain. Thump. Tiny cracks appear on the egg's shell. That's a terrible joke, madam. The dark figure stares at the egg about to hatch, briefly lost in thought. Chaos. Let's stick with that for the time being until she names herself. In silence, the shell of the egg gradually cracks. It's here, I see. She seems to hear something, giving a knowing smile. I see. Within the small tree of life, the hetero creature slowly opens her eyes. So this is your choice. The agent gazes at the hatched hetero creature, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Not happy with it? Isn't this the result you wanted? Lifting the young hetero creature from the now shattered egg, Ishmael gently wraps her in her cloak. This is quite unexpected. Chaos before him is clearly more complete than he anticipated. Vonnegut remains silent, unsure whether this development is beneficial or detrimental to his plans. A stable consciousness is certainly better than an unstable one. The key is quite complete. Perhaps she can truly become a nearly perfect return ticket. Gazing down at Chaos in her arms, Ishmael gently brushes the hair on the little hetero creature's forehead. Since the results meet your expectations, would you mind sharing what your original plan was? No emotion visible in his golden eyes, Vonnegut pauses for a moment before slowly speaking. I will take Chaos into the hetero tower. He searches repeatedly through his memories, looking for the corresponding plan. Dominic's plan is a pipe dream. You and I both know that the contaminating mimetic can never be truly sealed away. Only by addressing the problem from its source can we truly break everything apart.
After you enter the Hetero Tower, then what?
I'm not sure either. You won't tell me what the current situation is inside the Hetero Tower, will you?
Ishmael makes a polite sound of acknowledgement. I'm sorry, but I indeed cannot.
The interior of the Hetero Tower is too chaotic. After it was twisted by that construct, I can no longer fathom what exactly has happened in there.
It could be the entangled Golden Age, or maybe a space submerged by the Red Tide, or even he might come face to face with visitors from a new civilization after entering. But in any case, the key is more complete now, which is at least something positive. She attempts to hand Chaos over to Vonnegut, but the pale doll instinctively furrows her brow the moment she sees him. Handing Chaos along with the cloak to Vonnegut, Ishmael softly chuckles. A nearly perfect return ticket. Perhaps this time you'll succeed. Taking the fragile doll, Vonnegut bows his head, gazing at this key hatched from the culmination of all his power. She represents more than just success in a single gambit. She is also the pass that determines whether he can completely break free from the time loop. He has walked alone in this closed loop for too long, so long that he has forgotten who he was at the very beginning.
How long has it been now?
Do you need me to tell you the exact figures?
No, thank you. I don't actually want to know.
Gazing at the doll in his hands, for the first time in a long while, he recalls memories from the distant past without consulting his notebook. If he can really make it this time, maybe then can he finally return to the place that he once called home, rediscovering the path that is truly his own. He has grown weary of failure and refuses to fail again. Time's almost up, and now that I've learned your choice, this is farewell. Just as suddenly as she appeared, Ishmael quietly vanishes once more. Some time later, Lithos enters through the doorway and shakes his head at Vonnegut. Mister, I don't see how the lady left. Well, I didn't see how the lady left.
Yeah.
He is not surprised by this result. She has hatched. Lithos notices the hetero creature in the man's hands and cautiously attempts to approach.
Her name is Chaos.
Chaos? A pale doll stares indifferently at the edges before her. Yeah. Another yawn.
Your name is Chaos.
Vonnegut addresses the petite doll with noticeable awkwardness. Is that consciousness still inside her, mister?
I'm not sure.
The agent lets out a sigh.
Her completeness is beyond my imagination. Probably something unexpected has happened.
But the breeding process was complete with no abnormal data detected. Lithos stares fixedly at Chaos in the agent's arms. She is the child that hatched from that egg.
Maybe it happened somewhere beyond our notice.
His deep golden eyes study the petite hetero creature.
Tell me, who are you?
The gaze, higher than Chaos, observes everything here. Strange shadows whisper in the corners, their chaotic murmurs constantly pouring into the mind. Chaos, hetero creature, egg. Fragments of memory slowly resurface, unveiling the world like silk unwinding from a cocoon, revealing everything once more before you. Just as Ishmael said, Vonnegut cannot fully control Chaos's will, Everything about her seems to be under your control. Or rather, you are you. When you become the true chaos, you will reign over everything within chaos. Your sight will transcend chaos. Your sight will exist beyond just this realm, preventing Vonnegut from manipulating your thoughts.
Tell me, who are you?
Vonnegut repeats the question sharply and persistently, as if trying to discern from clue from chaos's indifferent eyes.
What do you remember? Grey Raven? Babylonia? Cain?
He utters one word after another, probing her responses. Silence. There isn't the slightest reaction to those words. The petite head creature remains expressionless, just like an actual doll. Does she really have consciousness, mister? Observing Vonnegut's somewhat gloomy expression, Lithos hesitates for a moment before speaking softly. From what we've seen with past test subjects, those without implanted memories wouldn't have any memories to speak of. She should have no self-awareness.
He shakes his head.
He shakes his head.
She's too complete. I find it hard to believe that a hetero creature fused with the memories of that commandant would remember absolutely nothing. Back then, are you sure there was nothing unusual about that? Well, nothing usual about that cloned commandant.
Well, unusual probably is probably what should be there. Lithos recalls everything that has happened at the bottom of the sea. There was nothing unusual, mister. Everything has been proceeding according to your plan. All escaped subjects have been recycled by the sea fairies, so there was nothing unusual, mister. The cradle has remained stable, and all data shows no issues. I saw the birth of her egg with my own eyes. Lithos states all of this with unwavering certainty. The dark figure contemplates in silence. He doesn't believe Chaos is completely without memories, but so far she hasn't displayed any abnormal behavior. Mister, what are we going to do next? The boy looks up at Vonnegut.
We're out of time.
He cradles the Crimson Doll in his arms.
There have been changes in the Hatter Tower. I suspect the anomaly has noticed this world.
The anomaly?
We must proceed with the next phase of our plan.
The Hatter Tower is now encased in layered crystals, and the path of return has vanished. He has been trapped in this closed loop for too long, and now his only option is to shatter this time cycle. Embracing his final hope, Vonnegut departs from the base. Lone shadow in the corridor. Before the mirror. Raise your head before the mirror. Tell me, Commandant of Grey Raven, who are you truly? Also, I probably should double check to make sure if there's any extra special nodes I gotta worry about. Reddit, look at my saved. Saved. Achievement guide. Chapter 32, 33. 25. Collect 3 data fragments in the city. All green glowing spots after you finished the battle. Got you. And then after going through the red portal, writing statue. Into statue of memories. Okay, fair enough. And then approaching dawn. Start mission 3330A. Interact with Chaos after defeating her. Memory corridor for the first time. So one's execute Chaos and then enter the corridor. Die during phase 2. Defeat Chaos. And then die during phase 2 3 times. And then defeat Chaos. Okay, interesting. The last node has a lot of different options that we could do. Okay, fair enough. Okay, let me reload this. Okay, explore and leave this unfamiliar city. Before the mirror. Chaotic pain floods the mind. Mind, not the brain. The crimson spiral tower materializes and crumbles at the periphery of your sight. Space fractures and then mends, while red light penetrates the dim sky. Wake up! Commandant! Wake! Where am I? Sharp thorns embrace the white bird. Countless familiar silhouettes struggle at the edge of time and space. She battles fiercely within the crevice, all for a sliver of hope. They, jagged crystals, scatter as blood-red mist permeates the air, their projections appearing on every refractive surface. Then who am I? You find yourself relentlessly chased by eerie shadows, your body slowly dissolving. You ascend this strange staircase, pushing onward until you reach the very top. Who am I? Raise your head before the mirror. Tell me. Grey Raven Commandant, who are you exactly? I am Kane. I'm the Grey Raven Commandant. I am a ghost who drowned at the bottom of the sea. I am the newborn Chaos. I'm Kane. I am me. Something shatters deep within you, and your consciousness suddenly snaps into perfect clarity, as if the murky mind is washed through by ice water. Pair after pair of hands grasp yours, dragging you free from those complex information whirlpools. Ugh. With the aid of the Hetero Tower, you briefly attach your gaze to the Hetero creature known as Chaos. Surroundings. As far as the eye can see, you stand on an empty platform, white fog permeating the surroundings as a spiral staircase extends endlessly toward the heavens. A Vonnegut lies collapsed to one side. This place doesn't seem like a safe spot to linger. After a moment's hesitation, you return to the platform and drag along the unconscious agent. Regardless, he could serve as an aid in this tower. Even though he's grown suspicious of you, he's left with no other option. Toward the platform edge. At the platform's edge lies an abyss of nothingness. Staircase. Around the staircase, countless gates stand on platforms of varying sizes. Where is this place exactly? You don't recall seeing an area like this when you were in the Hetero Tower. Just as you hesitate over which direction to take, or whether to call out to Ishmael, the path behind you suddenly begins to collapse. With no time to think, you drag the unconscious agent forward, throw open the nearest gate, and rush inside. In the whirl of movement, a familiar symbol catches your eyes. Etched on the gate, Vonnegut appears to be awakening, softly murmuring something. The four-winged white raven spreads its wings. Indeed. Grey raven.
あれは異常事態。
Of respite. She recreated her desk in the research institute along with the abrasions and scratches on it, making it look like she's still in the lab with her friends.
少し休みましょうか。複製
Old
も
civilization.
やり直しもできない。
Traces of civilization. Ishmael's book are neatly arranged on the shelf. Grey Star Legend, a comprehensive theory of cosmic regression model. Four-winged white raven interstellar history, a civilization in roughly 100 pages and grams.
私欲時間はもうあまりありません。
I completely missed that. Hello? Oh?
私欲のホワイトレイブンの空間に生命の兆候が。
Hey,
あの人
chaos.
ですか。
Inside the Header Tower, city of an alien
移
civilization.
住強盗の扉。カイウス、引き続き警戒を。ここは移住強盗に残された別の文明の痕跡かもしれない。私はこの広場の中央で待っています。
Okay. Yep. Portal. Seems to be a one direction gate into the space. There's no way back to the Header Tower through it again. Strange red tide. Strange traces on looks like red tide, but not the type chaos on Earth or in the Header Tower. Red tide's information is weird and seems to have existed for a long time. Oh, you shouldn't be here. Aww. Playful chaos. Very cute. Okay. Nice. Next. Can't go up there. Can I go around? Please. Okay. Getting blocked off at all ends. Some more chaos contamination. Strange crystals have blocked the way ahead. They took roots here and can't be removed. Perhaps we can make them disappear with the power of time, just like those hetero creatures. Okay. Exquisite creation of an alien civilization with an hourglass in the center. Judging from how it looks, it has been created a long time ago. It seems we can try turning it. Yes, great. Time is reversing. Residents of an alien civilization. Seemingly the former residents of the city, but without any signs of life. There are people talking, but it's not in any known language. They are like ants sealed in amber, repeating the same dialogue over and over again. Our civilization. Data fragment? A data fragment left here with unreadable information. It probably belongs to this civilization, but there's something familiar about it. These aren't languages from human civilization. Okay, I guess we'll move ahead then. Target point. An exquisite creation of an alien civilization with an hourglass in the center. Looks quite similar to the one we just saw. Perhaps we can use it to access that road. But the hourglass in the center seems to have disappeared. There are creatures again. The four-winged shaped decorations on the giant statue before the building point straightly at the sky. Why does it look familiar? Yeah, what about you? Okay, over here. Doru ni shiyou kana. Okay, I guess we grab this then. Get the control component. Hey, our glass is right there. Oh. Creatures. In the wind. Back to normal. Place the core components. He's just up ahead.
来ましたか。この都市の文明は高度に発展したエリアにあったはず。あちらで青函飛行図を見つけました。こんな文明も回収されるのでしょうか。
Kind of looks like Ishmael's cub there at the top.
我々に続いて扉を通り抜けてきたのです。
Okay. Next.
異文明の都市。意外な発見ですね。おや、世界が反転している。
Looks like something's going on with their space that they're in.
この空間の主に不快に思われたらしい。すぐに離れましょう。
To the next one. Split out by the inverted world, the two appear once again on that empty platform. The spiral staircase still reaches from heaven to earth, yet the gateway they just entered has vanished into nothingness.
What did you just do? How did we enter that space?
The agent, now lucid, gazes at chaos. I'm not really sure.
Let's find a way out of here first.
Certain that chaos offers no way forward, Vonnegut stands up and surveys his surroundings. At the edge of the staircase, beyond the stone wall, lies nothing but void. Only rows of sealed gates stand on both sides of the steps, impossible to reopen with no way to tell which one they had entered through moments ago. The only options for leaving are to follow the stairs upward, or to follow them downward. After walking along the stairs for a long time, the two don't see any destination or end in sight.
An illusion.
Golden crystals condense as Vonnegut tentatively unleashes his power upward and downward simultaneously. But the only response he receives is still the boundless silence. Such a small provocation seems meaningless as this space remains silent and unresponsive.
Do we need to open these gates and go through them?
The agent turns his attention to the gates around him.
Can you still recognize which way we came in?
I have no clue. He tries to push these gates again, but they're all sealed shut, not appearing to be enterable at all.
If that's how it is, we'll need to carve out our own way forward.
A golden radiance illuminates from the agent's hand, but before he can act, a murky light engulfs his power. Relying on violence is not really a good habit, How come it's you two? Was there a shift in the tower entrance? Why have you appeared here?
Perhaps you should ask this space yourself. Excuse me.
Vonnegut withdraws the light from his hand.
After we entered the tower, chaos suddenly went out of control. I followed her trail, but it seemed like this place was actively resisting my power. When I woke up, I found myself already in this location.
I'm starting to get it now. Ishmael reveals a barely perceptible smile, then turns and gestures for the two to follow.
Aren't you going to introduce this place? If I'm not mistaken, this should still fall within the domain of the Hedo Tower.
It's a place where you'll be trapped forever if you don't leave quickly. A key staff sweeps down and the dark rift silently opens. Looking skeptically at Ishmael, Vonnegut does not particularly trust this mysterious lady. Noticing his suspicion, Ishmael shakes her head and speaks softly. This is an entrance.
Leading to where?
A graveyard. If you don't leave soon, you too will become part of it. With those words, Ishmael walks into the rift without waiting for a response. Vonnegut follows closely behind with chaos as the eerie space silently seals shut behind them. Beyond the rift lies the familiar space of the Hedo Tower. As crimson crystals slowly grow, Vonnegut calls out to Ishmael, who is about to leave.
How's the red tide now?
Are you asking about Cradle?
I've searched for her several times inside the Hedo Tower, but I haven't seen any trace of her.
Nothing has changed. She's still carrying on with her task, spreading the red tide, harvesting information, devouring the surface. Nothing unusual. The agent's expression changes, his brows furrowing. You're not feeling regret, are you? That doesn't suit your character at all, Professor.
I have no regrets. This is the necessary path toward the future.
In the beginning, when cultivating the red tide, he never truly imagined that Agent Zero would be reborn from it. Though he had never forgotten about the existence of Agent Zero, he always believed that, in the short term, Agent Zero wouldn't be able to discover this world, but he still had enough time. The rift in the bridge across dreams still cannot be sealed. She still exists, and it's only a matter of time before she finds this world. Nemo. I suspect that we might need a new approach to accomplish all this. Projections within the red tide are not necessarily true illusions. Trout. As his grand design unfolded, he began to continuously cultivate the red tide, hoping to find new answers. But his path forward was once again interrupted, as the origin of the red tide and the chaos contamination share traits too similar to ignore, making him aware of a new problem. The gigantized Chico. Sifting through memories of numerous loops to extract the shards belonging to the cycle, the agent slowly begins to speak.
I truly never imagined the Header Tower would manifest on Earth in this form. Now, it's still too early for this world.
When Dominic and you appeared here one after another in different forms, you should have seen it coming, shouldn't you? Ishmael gazes quietly at the agent, her tone devoid of any emotion, repeating the words Vonnegut himself once said. It's not just technology that was brought back from the future. The problems of that era came with it.
I won't deny my mistake.
Vonnegut left out a soft sigh, gazing at the pale doll.
But now, everything will come to an end.
Ugh. A slight pulling sensation emerges within the consciousness, as if something is being stripped away from the body. The interior of the Header Tower gently ripples, as if welcoming the return of the one who was once its master. Ah, it's her. Looks like it's time for me to make my exit. I wish you good luck on your journey. Okay. Next scene, a death reenactment. Fervently eyeing the agent like a butterfly specimen, Cradle suddenly seems to have lost interest in everything else. I'm just lubricating the pipes real quick. Play the story. Cradle enters the Header Tower. Cradle has returned to the Header Tower. The Header Tower trembles slightly, welcoming the one who once was its master. Before long, Cradle locates the core within the tower. The familiar sensation makes her consciousness tremble. She reaches out, attempting to touch the azure core. However, a force field suddenly expands, repelling her away from the Header Tower's core.
Agent Zero.
I still prefer the name Cradle. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. After gaining Agent Zero's authority, I'm starting to remember things, at least a part of it.
Very well. Perhaps we can save some time.
Radiant light flashes in the agent's hand, lunging toward Cradle. Chaos's consciousness is complete enough to bear Agent Zero's authority. Regardless of any issues unnoticed, there's no need to waste more time with this anomaly before him. I thought you'd want to chat with me a little longer. Cradle's form flickers as she darts behind the red crystals for cover. You changed something, didn't you? Her rose-colored eyes lock onto Chaos standing aside. The petite doll nimbly weaves around the crystals, striking at Cradle's exposed flank. Can't we really just sit down and talk this through? There's clearly no conflict between us. Or rather, who exactly are you? The crimson crystals screech as they grind against each other. A swarm of red butterflies emerges, surging toward the agent and the doll.
You'll soon have no need to know.
The three rapidly something through the tower. Unable to match Vonnegut and Chaos's combined assault, Cradle continuously flees away from the core area. She thought that by leaving the core area, the agents wouldn't rashly pursue her, but for some reason, even after she has moved far from the core, Vonnegut shows no intention of stopping the chase. After several moments, she finally manages to temporarily evade the two pursuers, hiding behind a cluster of crystals. Cradle must seek aid, despite the Header Tower being her home field. Without regaining sufficient authority, she cannot single-handedly oppose the two whom depend on the Header core. Well then, her palm releases thin trickles, letting the red tide spread in all directions. Found you. She has already heard the wind coming from a wall of the Header Tower, though unclear who left it there. She feels her way to the edge of the tower wall, aiming her gleaming scythe at the tiny wound. You won't say no, right? Crimson light flashes brilliantly as the tiny fissure rapidly expands, and the red tide surges into the Header Tower like it's returning home.
Over there.
The moment the Header Tower sustains damage, the agent immediately discovers Cradle's whereabouts. Using a force field as a springboard, Chaos leaps upward, sweeping aside the red butterflies obstructing her vision, and strikes directly at Cradle. The red tide surges forward as Header creatures savagely bite into Chaos's flesh, but the doll shows no sign of feeling pain, precisely striking toward Cradle's head.
Step back.
Although her strike lands as planned, Chaos also has a forearm severed by the scythe. The limb of the Header creature born from the red tide is instantly absorbed, immediately merging back with the tide. Cradle, appearing from another direction, momentarily freezes after devouring a part of Chaos. Dominic? Fragments of information flow from the red tide as Cradle dodges Chaos's next attack with a terrified jolt and unusual fear visible within her eyes. Agent Zero, stripped of authority, has been banished by the Header Tower, now wandering in the wastelands of the red tide.
The Vanguard team.
Well, the Vanguard team, force fields. Chaos pierces through Cradle's chest, but the doll's flesh is also sliced by her scythe. Earth time, November 21st, 2198, Node 201 log. Humans develop portable force field devices capable of preventing the Chaos contamination from spreading. Vonnegut's golden crystal pierces through Cradle's skull, but both he and Chaos are wounded by Cradle to varying degrees. Earth time, November 22nd, 2198, Node 371 log. The Vanguard team, led by Dominic, continued to explore the Header Tower. Due to the interference from the force fields, their specific plans remain difficult to ascertain. The red tide, having made contact with Chaos, endlessly absorbs and digests everything. From these fragments of information, Cradle slowly recovers memories of the past through repeated battles and rewinds. Struck once again by Vonnegut's golden crystal, Cradle sinks back into the red tide. Under the control of its former master, the Header Tower gradually reverses the hands of time. Slowly, Cradle regenerates within the red tide, but she has already recalled almost everything. The Vanguard team, Project String, Dominic, Nemo. It's been a while. From within the blood-soaked red tide, she smiles at the agent. Through endless cycles of death and destruction, within the very flesh of Chaos, she has reclaimed everything that belongs to her. Truly a story that deserves to be named hard work. Crimson butterflies gather, lifting their master from the tide. You need to fulfill your mission, so I should continue to carry on mine as well. As the gleaming scythe reflects red crystals, Vonnegut activates his force field, his expression darkening as he locks eyes with Cradle.
You remember now.
And I must thank you for the memories you fed to Chaos. Cradle, who appeared weakened just moments ago, springs forward, her scythe slicing through the silent air. But I'm also quite curious to know, with such a hasty attack, are you really prepared for everything? Cradle's memories are gradually being restored through Chaos's flesh, and she has now obtained the authority that rightfully belongs to her. The roles of hunter and prey reverse in an instant. Okay, Constellia, I guess. Outside the header tower, Vonnegut gasps for air, using the punishing virus to mend his body. Leveraging his familiarity with the bridge across dreams, he uses his force field to evade Cradle's onslaught, pushing all three of them temporarily out of the header tower. The uncertainty of Cradle's landing poses a threat, yet Vonnegut cannot allow her proximity to the header core. With her memories restored, Cradle regains almost all the power she commands as Agent Zero within the header tower. With Chaos temporarily unable to seize control of the Red Tide, they are left with no option but to endure their disadvantaged position. Vonnegut lets out a deep sigh, anxiety creasing his brow.
No, this is taking too long.
Time flows chaotically in the header tower. Amid the constantly rewound battle, Cradle eagerly absorbs the fragments of memories that belong to her from within Chaos's shell, while Chaos gradually devours the authority of the Red Tide in return. But it's still not enough. Chaos' rate of growth falls far short of keeping pace with Cradle's recovery.
I was too impatient.
Vonnegut places his hand on his forehead, trying to calm his restlessness and restructure his thoughts. Having finally found a genuine return ticket, he was too eager to receive the ultimate answer, too impatient to witness the result of his plan.
This is my fault.
The doll silently observes the agent's figure. Perhaps because she has already acquired a portion of the Red Tide's authority, your gaze continues to watch this place even after leaving the header tower. This is an ending that has never appeared in your own memories. In your previous journey inside the header tower with Lucia, Vonnegut behaved like an erratic madman, utilizing chaos in a repeated attempt to take you away, as Cradle relentlessly pursued behind, targeting the tower's core directly. This time, the agent, having perceived Chaos's completeness, forsook all strategies and faced Cradle head-on, only to find himself unable to withstand her incessant growth through death. What must be done to completely break this closed loop?
It's fine. I still have a contingency plan.
He thoughtfully gazes at the gradually growing doll before him. Since there isn't enough time for Chaos to mature, then
It's time to use the fruit.
having made the decision unilaterally, he ponders for a moment, then reaches out to touch Chaos's brow. Whatever the agent is doing, it feels as if her consciousness is being carved open by a dull knife. A deep, throbbing pain radiates from within her body, nearly causing your gaze to fade. After she regains consciousness, Vonnegut opens his palm, revealing a small, delicate fruit. It turns out that the fruit he once swallowed is created just like this. While the tiny header crystals repair Chaos's damaged consciousness, the agent notices some barely perceptible wounds.
Your consciousness has experienced similar damage. What else haven't you told me?
The agent shifts an inquisitive gaze toward Chaos.
Sensing her reluctance, Vonnegut suppresses the impatience that has been building since entering the Hedor Tower and shakes his head. Forget it. Now is not the time to delve in this matter. The Hedor crystals continue to repair Chaos's festering wounds as the agent masks the emotions in his eyes. We need to find a way to send your consciousness into the red tide to hold Cradle back. An ominous shadow tears through the air behind him, twisting into a bizarre trail. Wait. Vonnegut only has time to place the fruit into the doll's palm before his expression changes. A rift of the Hedor Tower silently opens behind him, and the agent instantly appears near the tower's core with Chaos, who now has a significantly bigger figure. Cradle! Golden crystals solidly thrust toward the red-eyed girl, who commands Hedor creatures to assault the Hedor Tower's core. Vonnegut deploys a force field and instantly strikes at the tide of the Hedor creatures surging toward him.
Oops, I thought I could sneak in without you noticing.
She nimbly leaps away, seemingly unconcerned about the sudden appearance of the agent and the doll.
Did you leave something here to keep yourself updated on the situation? Let me guess, could it be this?
She commands the Hedor creatures to precisely target the force field devices nearby, which swarm forward in unison. The agent stops speaking as golden crystals violently erupt, trapping Cradle within.
What a shame.
But such a measure is no longer enough to counter Cradle, who has now recovered her memories. The red-eyed girl's silhouette silently melts into the red tide. Even though many of the Hedor creatures under her command have dissolved under the combined assaults from the Hedor Tower's core and Vonnegut, Cradle, who was born from the Hedor Tower itself, remains a formidable opponent. The red tide flows everywhere. She drifts through the viscous fluid, maneuvering against the two foes while constantly seeking an opportunity to strike at the core. The pure core persistently cleanses the corruption of the punishing virus. Now it's just a matter of who falls first.
Better be careful. I'm about to catch your weakness.
The agent forcefully upholds a force field, endeavoring to push Cradle away from the core area. Seizing the moment, the doll utilizes the extended force field as a platform to charge directly at Cradle.
Hehe, just kidding.
Cradle whirls around, deliberately allowing her chest to be impaled as she embraces the pale doll with her blood-stained body.
You are my target all along. Chaos.
Red tide-like fluid seeps from her wounds as Cradle's lips curl into a smile. Like someone who has obtained a priceless treasure, she begins to gnaw intently on the doll's flesh.
You didn't seriously think I would notice your attempt to steal Agent Zero's authority, right? A thief?
Chaos! The agent shouts sternly while upholding the force field. The doll's consciousness abruptly snaps back to alertness. With fingers joined into a razor-sharp claw, the doll pierces through Cradle's chest and viciously thrusts the fruit deep into her body with a backhand motion. The girl is thrown off balance by the doll's counterattack, but only for an instant.
So this is the plan you struggled so hard to come up with. Not as impressive as I'd imagined, Nemo. I guess your minds have also been worn down by those time loops.
She grins as she flings the weary doll at her feet, while the red tide gradually saps her blood, just as Cradle reaches out her fingers to dig out the fruit lodged in her. Ugh! As if drawn by some invisible force, the fruit rapidly melts and vanishes into her body.
How is this possible?
A strange sensation of being controlled spreads throughout her body. Her power gradually drains away, and the authority she thought she was completely hers begins to falter.
Has it already scattered and hidden in Chaos's flesh. She grits her teeth in fury, trying to locate the culprit, but those tiny fragments of power are too scattered for her to immediately extract the deeply buried, shattered roots. Damn it! In an instant, Chaos's fruit completely integrates into her body. If she devours Chaos now, she cannot guarantee whether she'll be the one to digest Chaos, or if Chaos will turn the tide and eat her instead. Should Chaos gain the upper hand, she would instantly lose her authority as Agent Zero. Red Tide. The feeble doll rapidly repairs her body using the Red Tide, commanding the surging waters to cut off Cradle's escape. But Chaos's authority is equally unstable, barely holding Cradle back for a short distance. Vonnegut has left a force field around the Header Tower's core for protection. Although Chaos has intercepted the Red Tide's authority, she cannot fully devour it. Weighing her options, Cradle suddenly turns around. Countless Header creatures surge toward the core behind her as she channels all her power and lunges at the Vonnegut. Red crystal spikes sprout in an instant. If he wants to maintain the force field protecting the core, he'll inevitably have to take this strike. Ugh. The crystal spikes violently pierce through his body. Though the Header Tower's core quickly dissolves them, a deep wound remains etched across his chest. Although the force field has blocked numerous Header creatures, Vonnegut's power is now weakened, making him unable to fully uphold its defense. The Red Tide, under Cradle's control, hammers at the force field's weakest point. Crimson butterflies, like fish slipping through a net, begin to fall around the core. Cradle follows the path laid by the butterflies, turns to take a decisive leap, and lunges directly at the Header Tower's core. If she can corrupt the core, she will have enough power to completely purge that doll's consciousness from the body.
No way.
A white light suddenly stings her retinas, engulfing the entire Header Tower. A sharp buzzing resonates through your mind. Your gaze, attached to Chaos, grows unstable, threatening to detach from the Header Tower and plunge back into the darkness. The buzzing gradually subsides. The blinding white light slowly fades, leaving only a rift in the air leaking eerie white fog. Vonnegut uses his last strength to maintain the protection around the Header Tower's core before collapsing weakly to the ground. The doll finally finishes repairing her legs and slowly moves toward him. The fog. As the original creator of the Header Tower, Cradle naturally has ways to tear apart the fog or escape from it. Behind Vonnegut, the rift responds as if on cue. White fog seeps out, tearing at the thin barrier. Golden light emanates from the agent's palm, rising upward to tightly constrict the rift, thwarting the escape of the thing within. The fog cannot contain Cradle.
Just as I thought.
The breathless agent lifts his eyelids, looking at the doll beside him without surprise.
It's you. You have been watching. Grayer and Commandant Kane. There's no point hiding it in this situation. You don't think I haven't figured it out, do you?
He lets out a mocking laugh.
I don't know what arrangements you struck with that lady to make her willing to help you. But, considering the current situation, maybe it's not such a bad thing after all.
What are you implying?
I want you to work with me. Cradle must die here, or we can only return to that closed loop again.
The agent releases a long sigh as the rift behind him pulsates once more, with slender streams of the red tide trickling out. Clearly, Cradle, trapped in the fog, adamantly refuses to acknowledge defeat and is trying every possible means to break free. The red tide corrodes the golden crystals, causing Vonnegut to wince in pain.
He tenses his fingers, and light once again covers the cracks, forcing the red tide to temporarily retreat as if startled. Will not die. Those spikes can only temporarily harm Vonnegut. In the future, you have already experienced he should not die from this injury.
Who can say?
He opens his palm, gradually healing his wounds. Upon his form, the wounds pierced by the spikes are slowly festering, with tiny red butterflies constantly sprouting from his flesh. These horrifying little creatures flutter their vibrant rings, feeding on Vonnegut's power.
Butterflies flap their wings, and the variables become unpredictable. I think Cradle has seen something in your flesh.
The doll hurriedly approaches, trying to cover the wounds with her palms to absorb the red butterflies using her authority, but to no avail. She still hasn't mastered all the authority.
Let's cooperate. I'll help you kill Cradle. Otherwise, having one more person enter this time loop wouldn't benefit me either.
How do you wish to proceed?
The fog won't contain Cradle for long. The Hero Tower's core absolutely cannot be corrupted by her again. I want you to take the core away.
Take away the core, but beyond the Hero Tower lies another world. A world that belongs to chaos contamination.
You even know about that.
He coughs, blood frothing at the corner of his lips, which he quickly wipes away. The agent gazes intently at the figure before him.
What else do you know?
Nemo, Dominic, the Vanguard team, and everything else.
It's Agent Zero's authority, isn't it? What time did you come back from?
I have no reason to tell you.
Well, I don't have any more information to exchange with you anyway.
A brilliant radiance flares as the agent once again seals off the butterflies and fog surging from the rift. Simultaneously, another red crystal spike slithers out like a venomous snake, piercing through Vonnegut's left arm. Ugh. The festering wounds on his body persist in their refusal to heal. The agent frowns deeply, attempting to drive the punishing virus to mend the damage.
Since you already know everything, then you must also be aware that using the key to interfere with the Hero Tower's core requires sacrifice. That was why all members of the Vanguard team became parts of the tower.
Tiny red butterflies corrode his wounds, preventing the punishing virus from repairing his body. The agent speaks again, yet in a strange tone that doesn't belong to him.
I need you now to help me. Help me fulfill Dominic's original plan. Kill Cradle and recycle the true core of the Hero Tower.
But there is no key here, and the Hero Tower can't be stored either. Back in the Hero Tower, Lucia used Dominic's key to absorb the core. In this layer of time, Lucia didn't enter the tower, so naturally there's no key to contain the core.
That's right. So,
dispersing the regenerated red butterflies, the agent produces a strange golden square crystal from his wounds.
this is the key that belongs to me.
Nemo.
This is also what I hate most, just like back then.
The Vanguard team sacrificed everything, betting all hope on the Hero Tower, paid every price possible, yet only managed to open one exit to Dominic's world. Everything in their world fell into stagnation, firmly sealed away by the Hero Tower beyond an unknown space. In the end, does he too end up walking down the same path? Will this sacrifice really make a difference? After a brief silence, Vonnegut forcibly uses the punishing virus to seal his wound and slowly rises to his feet.
I can't tell which layer of the Hero Tower you've returned from, but I really hope that the Hero Tower ends at this layer, with more and more divergence points showing up. Someday, this place will either be explored or destroyed.
You don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. But at this point, I have no choice but to place everything in your hands. He laughs at himself. To place hope in the person who was once an enemy. The Hedo Tower trembles slightly. The rift of the fog breathes slowly like a living creature. Vonnegut furrows his brow, his arm maintaining the golden crystals quivering subtly, clearly beginning to strain from the effort.
Tell me what I need to do.
You've already merged with chaos. I need not say more. To return to the previous layer of the Hedo Tower requires Agent Zero's authority and the Hedo Tower's core. Don't let the Hedo Tower collapse, or no one can survive. All you need to do is retrieve the core and control the tower, but not now. Remember, after taking control of the Hedo Tower, immediately seal the rift behind its core. The force field can only hold for a short time. You should be able to accomplish all this with Agent Zero's complete authority. And I'll hold her off as long as I can. Now, everything else is up to you. Before he can finish speaking, the agent's arms drop as if drained of all strength. The golden crystals suddenly shatter, and the rift expands in an instant. The red tide condenses into razor-sharp spikes, shooting out from the fissure and piercing the agent's body in a crisscross pattern. The doll, still clutching the cubic crystal, silently sinks into a small patch of red tide and vanishes without a trace. We meet again. You didn't actually think the fog could contain me, did you? The agent in black remains silent as the golden crystals stubbornly climb up from behind the girl, refusing to admit defeat. Still not letting go. Amid the crystal butterfly's lethal onslaught, the crystals splinter into fragments, akin to a life marred by countless failures, eventually dissolving into the pooling red tide on the ground. After changing time so many times, you are now far away from who you originally were, aren't you? Fervently eyeing the agent like a butterfly specimen, Cradle suddenly seemed to have lost interest in everything else. Just a few breaths away from death. Is that little rat in hiding the only one left? I'll let you play a little longer then. The Hedo Tower is my child. What could you possibly use to take it away from me? Amid countless crimson butterflies, the Hedo creatures steadily approach the position of the core. Before long, the girl's fingertips make contact with the core. The radiant blue light dissolves her fingertips, and this mild pain triggers an unexpected sense of agitation. It's as if she has eagerly awaited a long-anticipated feast, only to find it tasteless as wax when it's finally served. The all-too-easy victory leaves her feeling unsatisfied. How boring. Tsumanai. No, she should not have such emotions. Having restored all the memories, Cradle furrows her brows, irritably contemplating how to excise the noises from her consciousness. However, the realization that she has such an irritated thought only fuels her anger further. Damn you, Dominic. Whatever. She interrupts her train of thought and shifts her focus back on seizing control of the Hedo Tower's core. If she can reverse the rules of the Hedo Tower's core and restore everything to its original state, she will find a way to excise her personality in no time. But is excising her personality truly what she wants? Irrepressibly, a faint voice emerges from deep within her heart. After excising her personality, who would she be? Cradle or Agent Zero? Having already tasted emotions, can't she truly revert to being Agent Zero again? With her attention drawn to the faint whispers in her heart, Cradle fails to notice that Vonnegut's body is quietly undergoing changes.
Golden crystals gradually spread across his body as the Hedo Tower's core trembles ever so slightly, as if welcoming its 13th guest. This time, it's finally my turn. He feels as if he has returned to that lone young man's side. And this time, can I really complete this impossible mission? The golden crystals bypass the bewildered cradle, gradually climbing toward the Hedo Tower's core.
Or see you on the next layer.
The agent's body completely vanishes as golden light erupts brilliantly. The Hedo Tower's core pulses with dazzling azure radiance, accepting the embrace of the golden crystals. Cradle abruptly snaps to attention and frantically reaches for the core, disregarding the torments of her disintegrating body. However, chaos emerging suddenly from the red tide unmistakably outpaces her. Thrust the golden cubic crystal into the core. A sudden burst of light engulfs the entire Hedo Tower as an earth-shattering explosion echoes through all space. Damn it! The unexpected rays of azure light promptly reduce Cradle to a gory sight. She screams in agony, trying to retreat momentarily into the red tide, only to realize in horror that the expanded force field has already blocked her last means of escape. Of all the places. The doll, bearing your gaze, stands stoically to the side, bathed in the purifying light emanating from the Inver Hedo Tower's core. Her body is equally exposed, yet she remains steadfast, firmly in maintaining control of the force field. Goodbye, Cradle. Is it really just a goodbye? She suddenly flashes a twisted smile, offering no further words as the petite form rapidly disintegrates. I won't give you that chance. The doll tightens her grips on the golden cubic crystals containing the Hedo Tower's core, causing even more intense azure light to shoot forth from within. Isolated from outside the force field, Cradle fails to detonate her body. Cracks gradually spread across her form until, just as unexpected as her arrival, Cradle gradually vanishes within the blue barrier, leaving behind only a butterfly with damaged wings clinging to a narrow corner. Goodbye, Cradle. The doll picks up the red butterfly and, without a moment's hesitation, presses it into the golden cubic crystal. The last red butterfly dissolves into a wisp of mist, completely vanishing within the Hedo Tower. Fragmented buzzing sounds echo in the air as the tower trembles incessantly, as if lamenting the loss of its former master. With the Hedo Tower's core now contained within the golden cubic crystal, space begins to slowly tear apart at its former location, strange colors flickering from beyond the rift. The last force field left behind by the agent suddenly expands, temporarily holding back the assault from beyond the rift. Now, clutching the golden cubic crystal in her arms, the doll slowly sinks into the undulating red tide. Can this be considered a success? Unbeknownst to anyone, the pink-haired woman silently appears in the corner of the Hedo Tower. Let me see. How is this chapter of the story recorded in the book? She opens the book, intending to find the corresponding record, but after hastily flipping through a few pages, she tosses it aside with apparent irritation. Coming across such an entertaining spectacle is rare. It's worth waiting with a little more patience. An indeterminate amount of time passes. The force field gradually thins, nearing its limit, just as the crimson spikes threaten to breach the faltering shield. The red tide churns with gentle ripples, a mist of vibrant hues slowly ascending from its depths. Wings carrying numerous hopes unfurl from the murky tide, The humming of the header tower fades as the myriad crimson crystals solidify the rupturing space. With the complete authority of Agent Zero, she once more returns to the tower that should be rightfully under her command. Gazing from above. Countless years of information amassed by the Header Tower flow ceaselessly into the mind. Civilizations lament the final requiem in sorrowful song. The gaze from the dream detaches from the body, overlooking the entire world like a ghost from above. All past. Hello, do you need any help? I just noticed you seemed a bit out of it. Hello, my name is Lucia. My frame designation is BPL-01 Lotus. I'm also team leader of Grey Raven. I don't regret what I just did. I had to tell Vanessa and my former teammates about my will as a soldier and a member of the Grey Ravens. The unknown isn't always solvable. Sometimes true hope can be found in the unknown. I know you'll always choose to stand by my side, and that's exactly why I'm bound to succeed. Okay. See her, Chaos.
Once it's released, whether through Luna, who failed the refiltering, who failed the refiltering, or through Cradle, its fusion with the Ascension Network is inevitable. The only question is, who will take control?
The key is quite complete. Perhaps she can truly become a nearly perfect return ticket. See, a tranquil, stable world that feels both comfortable and strangely alien. The viewpoint suddenly elevates, revealing a blue planet on the edge of sight. From the far reaches of the cosmos, the pink-haired woman approaches with measured grace. Finally awake, are you? Finally can control your own eyes. Finally can see it all. She pauses for a moment, her voice revealing a hint of sudden realization. Finally able to obtain the true ticket. Eyes snapping open, the gaze sinks into the Header Tower. The surroundings are completely silent, as if nothing has ever happened. The agitation of the Header Tower is soothed by Chaos, who emerged from the red tide. The fissures flowing with red liquid gradually seal themselves, as the scattered butterfly wings on the ground are wholly assimilated into the tower. Cradle's residual power fills the fissures in the tower's body. Chaos slowly lowers her gaze, feeling the power of Agent Zero. With absolute command over Agent Zero's power, your gaze can now truly merge with this form so intimately linked to you. Is this what you called a success? The doll's peculiar voice echoes throughout the Header Tower. How does it feel to obtain such power? With the authority of Agent Zero, time and space within the Header Tower feel like compressed glass spheres, able to shift in accordance with the wielder's volition. However, tentatively, Chaos attempts to control the Header Tower. The tower trembles but offers little response. How? After risking death countless times to claim Agent Zero's authority, securing the Header Tower's core while caught between Vonnegut and Cradle, the doll repeatedly draws power from the Header Tower, attempting to halt its growth, trying to reverse everything back to the correct path. But no matter what actions are taken, the Header Tower gives only the faintest response. The tower trembles, responding weakly to its newborn master, like a sculpture honed from glass that could collapse at any moment with just one more touch. Why can the Header Tower still can't be used? As if the previous moment of bewilderment was merely an illusion, the doll intensifies her movements. Chaos? Ignoring her call, the doll's movements grow increasingly violent, and her tower emits an earth-shattering wail. Complex information floods into her mind as the towering Header Tower continues to grow without cessation. Throughout the fluctuations of the past and future, it has never ceased growing upward. The power of grief converges on the verge of tearing everything apart, yet suddenly freezes in a single moment. Why? Why is this happening? The lofty deity resembles a fish stranded out of water, gasping in near death from this desiccation. Though her expression remains unchanged, a melancholic aura pervades the tower. The doll's voice is etched with despair. It shouldn't be like this. Chaos covers her face in agony. The tower spirals upward with tendrils sprouting in all directions. Due to Vonnegut and Cradle's reckless movements through the tower earlier, even though Chaos has successfully obtained Agent Zero's authority, the information within the tower has grown exponentially. You saw it? The pink-haired woman gazes at the weeping newborn deity, a compassionate smile playing in her eyes. The Header Tower. Is it that you can't use it, or that you dare not? Can't. The Crimson Tower spirals upward to touch the heavens, threatening to collapse at any second. Different layers of the tower undergo repeated fission, splitting apart again and again. The past and future, altered through the Header Tower, haven't disappeared. Their cornerstones continue to stack precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. If the deity attempts to return to the previous layer, or intervenes to change everything while her power's bedrock remains unsteady, the infinitely stacked information may crumble imminently. Human civilization will cease to exist. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Why? She has done everything she can. Why is she still unable to change the schemes of fate? This is everything they have carved out. Ishmael speaks calmly. Like me, you're able to see beyond the ordinary world. Like me, all that stuff to view here is also just a projection. Essentially, we are the same kind of existence, and our endings are destined to be alike. The vast sea of stars explodes at the edge of the universe. Stardust scatters in all directions, and misty clouds spread throughout. Her gaze penetrates through countless universes, settling upon this world. How about that? We will eventually meet at the end of the world. Bearing their broken civilizations, they will journey together through the depths of starlit skies and oceans until they find a new shore. No. The newborn deity opens her eyes, filled with blood and tears. But you no longer have the power to save this place. Everything I've done is not meant for an ending like this. Power gradually grows, wings stretching to obscure the sky and sun. Every dark pupil harbors the spectrum of emotions, gazing upon the world chaotically amassed by the Header Tower. There will always be a way. The red tide slowly dries up, its contained information slowly absorbed by the doll. I will prune the branches of the Header Tower and dismantle the layers that should have never existed. I will push everything back to the past. Back to the time before the Header Tower's arrival. You'll be overwhelmed by excessive information, completely losing yourself. The pink-haired woman voices her bewilderment. Things are fine as they are, aren't they? Punishing virus will preserve everything of this civilization. One day we'll find a way to restore it. But if you continue absorbing this endless stream of information caused by Vonnegut and Cradle, you'll lose your mind from being unable to bear all this information. Even higher dimensional beings, even deities, can meet their twilight. Ishmael takes a step back, gazing at chaos whose pupils swirl with turbulence. I have never feared death. I've come this far, not so that I can give up here. Please forgive me, I'll have to stay in the past for now. But you will press on, far beyond, until you reach the place where everyone can be brought back. Liv, Lee, and our other companions, they didn't leave Earth because they abandoned it. I'd love to look for hope in places far beyond, to look for you. When that time comes, if you still want to, come find me. What I, Commandant, left in this world is more than just projection. Here carries my, Commandant's, memories. Holds my, Commandant's, emotions. And bears my, Commandant's, bonds. Lucia, Lee, and Liv. Brilliant light scatters in all directions as time freezes in this moment. Innumerable red threads manifest, omnipresent, coiling around coiling around the Hedor Tower and ensnaring the entire Earth. The gate of the Stellar Sea is forcibly pushed open. Myriads of stars drift along the river of time. I, Commandant. I, Kane. Here, I will reshape the time of human civilization. The threads, carrying red and golden shards with them, gradually expand, enveloping the entire blue planet. Death and rebirth, joy and lamentation blanket the vast stellar sea. Babylonia, the punishing virus, has caught up. It's eternal winter. Even animals have begun mutating too. No one can escape. Is my duty already fulfilled? I'm here to say goodbye to you. Why was I born into a world like this? She hears sorrowful, lingering sighs and the countless voices of humanity. She takes into herself all the redundant echoes pruned from human civilization. Infinite causality and time crowd her mind, leaving only murmurs by her ears, merged, cacophonous, yet indistinct. Her consciousness shatters countless times, only to solidify and reconstruct itself just as often. Star clusters appear and vanish, congealed in the cosmos, eternal and unchanging. They, humanity, roar in anger. They, humanity, wander without purpose. They, humanity, wail in sorrow. They, humanity, are filled with joy, welcoming the arrival of new life. They, humanity, raise their blades against invaders in fury. Countless years of information amassed by the Hedor Tower flow ceaselessly into her mind. Civilizations lament the final requiem in a sorrowful song. The deity, teetering on the brink of madness, wrapped in countless strands of time, rampages recklessly through the Hedor Tower. She obliterates all in her path, witnessing a myriad of endings belonging to humanity and beings beyond. She sees the weapons of them descend, effortlessly crushing an entire planet into a thin slice. She sees planets shrouded by eerie red mist, devoid of even a whisper. She sees day and night reversed by the rules, the ground becoming beyond reach as life drowns in the deep sea. She sees a sun-like star expanding, its scorching energy engulfing an entire stellar region. She sees a somewhat familiar emblem. Unintentionally, chaos, teetering on the edge of insanity, halts in front of a gate bearing the symbol of a four-winged white raven. Here, hazy memories surge from the depths of her mind.
So, what is this place?
One of the entrances to the graveyard. The entrance to the graveyard. Is it you? Chaos touches the white gate. Since you've been reading my story all this time. Beneath the intersecting threads of fate, she gives a serene smile. Let me read your story in exchange. Let me see the true stalled amber. Okay. Four-winged white raven. At the center of the buildings with varied exteriors stands a colossal four-winged white raven. Relics from old civilization. At the center of the buildings with varied exteriors stands a colossal four-winged white raven. Stars and planets form iridescent light bands encircling a dark sun. The city is filled with starlight, yet remains deathly silent. Ishmael sits atop the city's tallest building. This is her favorite spot, where she always brings herself in her free time. Only here can she feel that she is not alone. Upon sensing the strange presence of life, Ishmael slightly raises her head, only to immediately furrow her brow in disgust. Multiple hetero creatures gradually emerge from the red tide, seeping through a fissure unseen. She draws her key staff, coldly observing the foul creatures spawning before her. Stay and become nutrients, then. Ishmael time. And action. Oop, she angry.
また嫌な虫ですね。今度はどこから入り込んだのです。このまま私があなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。このまま私が先導します。お返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語の結末は変わらない。あなたの運命に決まってまばたきしま悪くないわ。さあ見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色を。
Already?
ここは綺麗になった。あちらを見に行ってみましょう。
Investigate.
したと思っていたのに、ここに置き忘れていたのですね。
Move on. Yeah. Next part. Great. Path up.
なあ、知っているか？我々はある意外な情報をキャッチした。
Listen.
いたずらかしら。でも本当に熱敵士なら。
Okay. Going in right
ま
Raven.
た来たのですか。ここはあなたたちが自由に侵食できる場所ではありません。やはりこの物語も結末は変わらない。悪くないの？まばたきしないで。さあ、見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめ、裂け目がまだ閉じられていない。少し手間ですね。
There's statue.
私欲のホワイトレイブンのご加護を。この言葉を口にするのは本当に久しぶり。
Okay, you got something over here. Investigate.
Hmm? これは前回ここに滞在した時なくしたもの。
Parhelion. Parhelion hangs high above, shining over the city in dead silence. Yeah, the
すべての
sun,
文
I
明
guess,
は
all over there.
いずれ消滅してしまうのでしょうか。
Let me go back here and double check. Make sure everything's all good. Yeah. And then probably should be like one more point after the next bit. Talk.
エンデュミオン、本当に行ってみたいわ。銀河系で夕日が一番美しいんですって。
ええ、もう一度エンデュミオンに行ってみたい。
Endymion, indeed. What about you?
私欲のホワイトレイブンのご加護。
Okay, nothing interesting. What about you?
最後の構成が消えかけている。もう我々にはチャンスがない。
研究員は新しい物資を見つけたそうよ。
確か文明を複製できるとか。本当にそれが正解なんだろうか。
Who knows? It's probably not. They probably use the chaos
運
contamination
命の
most
墓場
likely.
とはいえ、好き勝手にはさせません。
イシュマエル？イシュマエル？
Yes. What do you need?
熱敵士？ただの仮説でしょ。ありえないわ。俺は整形へバカンスに行ってくるよ。
Okay. Vacation to the next galaxy. How about you?
イシュマエル？
Yes.
記憶はすでに損なわれてしまった。残ったのは最後の声だけ。
And I think this is the last one.
最後の一片がここに。
Hey, her old outfit. See?
とても懐かしい。
Not much else to say on that. Okay. Create the next bridge. Check.
やはりまだ生命の兆候はない。
You always loved speaking in riddles, girl. Rather.
さ
Oh, more enemies.
あ、もうすぐ終わりです。やはりこの物語の結末は変わらない。あなたの運命は決まっている。まばたきしないで。さあ、見せてあげる。あなたの知らない景色をお返しするわ。あなたの望む奇跡を抱きしめなさい。やはりこの物語の結末は変わらない。
Nice. Okay, final point.
では、また会いましょう。私の街。
The gate slowly closes. A book with a four-winged white raven engraved on its cover slowly materializes in Chaos's hand. Light grey curves twist and intertwine, forming lines of complex text. Bowing her head, she stares at the heavy tome. Let me see. The lonely human opens the weighty tome. Let me see your past. Let me see the hardships you have endured. Let me see if there exists a new answer, and why your civilization has been reduced to you alone. Yep. Binary of the past. Okay. A heat death in time. Heat death is but a hypothesis, a construct of fiction, a distant catastrophe that will never truly arrive. Ishmael changes out of her researcher's uniform and sits by the table, gazing at the star-filled sky beyond the window. Outside, stars are scattered evenly across the sky, their brilliance undiminished by the hot star overhead. Magnificent structures with bold, sweeping curves interweave across the landscape, gleaming in the starlight. A girl is waiting for the appointed time to arrive. Ah, it's time. Oh, slightly younger Ishmael too. In the face, you could see it. The stars used for timekeeping flicker several times across the firmament, signaling the appointed hour has arrived. The terminal emits an urgent notification sound. Ishmael taps on it to input the precise coordinates in the door. Yep, a tool for the blank civilizations. These bots are connected to a mass computer placed on a special planet, through which countless data streams are sent, received, and spread among the galaxies. Interesting. The door emits a soft sound. Ishmael puts on a relaxed smile and opens it. She has already made her plans with her colleague from the Institute to visit the city's recreational district. Outside the door, skyscrapers appear, tiny as ants, as the girl materializes in the cosmic space, tens of thousands of meters above the ground. A protective shield quietly activates, to safeguarding its master. Ah, it's been too long since I've space jumped. How did I end up sending the doorway up here? Frustrated by her mistake, the girl quickly locks back onto the correct coordinates. Before she can even pull the door open, the voice of a colleague comes through from the other side. Ether, may the four-winged white raven protect Ishmael. You're the last to show up again. With a mix of laughter and reproach, the black-haired girl pulls Ishmael through the door. You're the one coming early. I was just a bit tired from looking over time and I accidentally typed the coordinates wrong. Whatever. You're buying the snacks today. No ifs, ands, or buts. We agreed on this already, remember? Alright, leave it to me. I just got a bonus anyway. The girls laugh and just as they make their way through the city. This is the greatest era. Shining like a sea of stars, their civilization has led them to the glittering stage of the universe. They store energy from hot stars, possessing an almost inexhaustible power source. They can utilize spatial physics to instantly anchor teleportation points that lead to other cities, or even somewhere between stars. The footprints of their civilization have spread throughout the galaxy. They are about to set sail, exploring a deeper future and a more mysterious realm of time. Looks like your instructor is as generous as usual. Meanwhile, mine never throws in any extra bonuses. Sipping on another super sweet drink again. Be careful or you'll get sick. No way, I'll be fine. Ishmael stirs the drink. Ether smacks her lips, then suddenly speaks as if remembering something. Oh right, have you heard about that, you know? She lowers her voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. What? Do you seriously not know? You've been grinding too hard with all that overtime. It's about our research institute. We captured a really strange record. Ether quickly scans the area, confirming no one is watching them before adopting a secretive tone in their speech. Remember when I mentioned someone at the institute had this wild idea and built a weird machine, said it could capture messages from either the far future or the distant past? That machine has been sitting there running all this time. Since it doesn't consume much data flow, nobody's ever bothered to shut it down. Then, a few days ago, someone accidentally noticed that the machine had received. The dark screen flickers with an eerie green light as the massive data streams rush across it. The captured information resembles a tiny bug, stored in a worm trap in the bottom of the right corner, designed for specific data. So, what exactly did it receive? Actually, it was just 2 bytes. Heat death. The black-haired girl casually drops these 2 words as if they were nothing significant. How is the Institute responding to this message? Opinions are all over the place, just like always. Everyone's spouting their own theories, talking past each other. Some people are totally convinced that it's like a legit message transmitted from a zillion light years away, some kind of doom and gloom prophecy, blah blah blah. Some claim it must be fake, suggesting a thorough check of the facility's surveillance terminals. They believe someone with ill intentions have infiltrated specifically to play malicious pranks and sell fear. Aoife purses her lips dismissively, apparently finding neither theory particularly convincing. Heat death. Ishmael furrows her brow as she can't shake the feeling that there's more to this message than meets the eye. Hey, that look on your face. You're not going to sprint back to work overtime now, are you? Ether alertly grabs hold of her. Relax. I was just reminded of something my professor once said, that's all. Ishmael pats her reassuringly. Oh yeah, Professor Rahale's research is all about the time and heat death. How's it going with her work? Is her universe model still not done yet? Gathering information on heat death by creating a cosmic regression model. That still feels pretty shaky. I'm not sure. She's been very busy lately, and I haven't heard her talk about the progress, and she hasn't even replied to the thesis I pulled an all-nighter to finish. But if, and I'm just saying if, heat death is real, what would happen to us? Ugh. Ether chews her food, lost in thought for a moment, then shakes her head as if dismissing the ideas in her mind. Even if that message is legit, the four-winged raven protects us. But if heat death really does come, how can we possibly solve it? Everyone knows that heat death is the universe's ultimate end. Can't possibly solve irreversible entropy increase. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock your research. It's just... The girl looks at Ishmael in confusion.
I still can't figure out why he ditched the popular interstellar exploration back then, picking the whole time and heat that thing instead. After all, there's no true answer to that, right? I'm not really sure. Maybe I was just purely interested in the subject back then. The pink-haired girl tries to recall her thoughts after graduation, only to realize that the memory eludes her entirely. Why did she choose to study time and heat death? Was it because of a nightmare from long ago, envisioning the universe consumed by a heat death and eerie silence? Or was she drawn to Professor Rahula's presentation when choosing a research project? Stars cannot burn forever, and information cannot be reversed. Therefore, my in-depth research focuses on time and heat death. My goal is to construct a macro model of the cosmos, simulate the cyclical phenomenon of cosmic regression, find solutions to heat death, and explore the possibility of information reversal. One day I will transcend time, find the solution to heat death, and reach the end of the starry sky. Even today, she still remembers her instructor's recruitment speech. Beyond the magnificent and awe-inspiring thesis lies a romantic and extraordinary cosmic mythology. Hey, you're spacing out again. Forget it. Let's not talk about those mood killers. Hey, did you check out those new vacation planets in the brochure I sent you yesterday? We promised to go on a trip together during our next holiday. I'll look at it right now. Sorry. Ishmael quickly opens the message from a friend, revealing a captivating array of vacation planet holograms that spring to life. An animated virtual tour guide enthusiastically details the unique features of each planet. There is the anti-gravity Bola, where seawater envelops clouds on the horizon. Moya, characterized by its pale, rocky terrain, known as the filming site for the trending series adaptation of The Legend of the Grey Star. And there's also Endymion. This planet's in a stable binary system. Endymion orbits a single star, and the others too far to matter. But this is precisely what creates a dreamlike spectacle. Oh, you're also interested in Endymion. Ether leans in and notices the page where Ishmael's finger has paused. Yeah, my professor's friend happens to live on that planet. Wow, that sounds awesome. Too bad Endymion is so huge. We really wanted to check it all out. Our short vacation wouldn't even scratch the surface. I really want to see Endymion. Heard they have the most beautiful sunsets in the whole galaxy. Let's go together on our next long break. You're right. We'll get our chance eventually. The girls have already put the mysterious message out of their minds. This is civilization at its most brilliant. They can accomplish anything except controlling time itself, and they are about to explore even more distant realms of the universe. Heat death is merely a hypothesis, existing only in fiction, a catastrophe too distant to ever reach. It would never truly come to pass. Heat death may just be a hypothesis, but soon we will truly master time itself. A sea of researchers crowd the front of the Research Institute, eagerly awaiting Rahula's latest research announcements. We have verified the possibility of time travel. She unveils a curtain behind her, revealing a massive machine in the room. The crowd erupts in astonishment. Time travel has truly been verified. Prior to this, we have conducted multiple verifications. Many pioneers have already used this time travel machine to advance forward or back in time. As agreed, they have all left sufficient evidence at different points in time, proving the effectiveness of this time machine. The middle-aged woman displays a series of projection, the marking of the Research Institute left on the rock wall billions of years ago, a pioneer deliberately appearing at the moment of a famous historical figure's death, and even with the time travel coordinates preset, a pioneer guided by the time travel terminal slowly materializes beside the time mainframe. I adapted the idea of communication terminals employing the mainframe for anchoring and the terminals for linking to data streams
The mainframe is powered by a planetary computer. When tethered to a specific temporal locus, the terminal leverages data stream transmissions to ferry pioneers to the intended temporal destination. The mainframe securely fixes their point of return to ensure no divergence on the journey back. I won't disclose the specific operational concepts here, but with such a machine created, what can you actually use it for? Research acceleration, space jumps, these don't hold any substantial significance for our civilization. That's a good question. This leads to the second announcement I wanted to share with everyone today. The middle-aged woman smiles, her expression brightening at the thought of her soon-to-be-realized dream. I will be the first scholar to enter the time travel machine and commence temporal travel. The course of history cannot be altered. Even as a scholar, what do you expect to accomplish? Naturally, I'm not going into the past, but rather the future. She gazes at the machine, the fruit of decades of her dedicated research, as if looking at her child, her eyes gleaming with pride. Ishmael will take over my research on heat death and continue developing and refining the cosmic model, while I will journey into the future and explore the possibilities of temporal extension. I will send messages back from the future employing advanced technology and observations to further refine the cosmic model, seeking a solution to heat death and overcoming this unsolvable challenge. Without a doubt, no one takes Rahala's words seriously. They dismiss them as just another of her far-fetched fantasies. Constrained by the paradoxes of history, no one dares to recklessly attempt traveling to the past or venturing into the future. To beings with nearly limitless lifespans like themselves, the time machine is viewed as a mere novelty for travel, a concept dismissed by many as incapable of achieving anything truly meaningful. Returns to suit 3 days later. The excitement surrounding the time travel machine's unveiling has temporarily subsided, leaving only a handful of key researchers busy adjusting the device. Do you really have to go yourself? Following her instructor's request, Ishmael assists with the adjusting the time machine's data stream while looking at her instructor with concern, who has already equipped the time travel terminal. Of course. Do you remember what I told you? Truth only exists in your own eyes. Her pupils sparkle with light, carrying the weight of her dreams. When I was still a young girl, I often found myself wondering what lies at the end of time. Is it the heat death brought by increasing entropy, or another space, or perhaps the deities and the legends? She pats Ishmael's shoulder in a reassuring gesture. This is a great opportunity, Ishmael. I'll obtain more knowledge in the future, and I'll use the mainframe to transmit that knowledge back to you. Civilization cannot survive solely on stellar energy. Stars will eventually extinguish, and when the universe goes dark, heat death will inevitably approach. We must find a way to survive this catastrophe. I understand, it's just... Don't worry, I've already forwarded that paper I haven't read yet to my old friend. You know her, TA3T class. She'll be transferred back to our institute and continue the project with you. I'm not worrying about my paper, Professor. Looking at Ishmael's solemn expression, Rahala gives a resigned smile. Oh, look at you. So serious for someone so young, completely missing my joke. Don't act like this is some final farewell. You know this experiment is perfectly safe. For you, it'll be as if I've just gone on a long journey. We'll meet again in the future, then I'll take you to Bola to try that local specialty skyfish. Deal? Okay. Wiping her reddened eyes, Ishmael forced a smile. Calibration complete. Coordinate anchoring finalized. We can begin now. Let's go then. Goodbye, Ishmael. After readjusting her time travel terminal, Rahala smiles at Ishmael. Goodbye. Deep blue light melts like liquid, enveloping the middle-aged woman. She vanishes from where she stood. After that day, everything returns to normal. Ishmael continues her instructor's incomplete experiment using the data stream Rahala left behind. They are attempting to construct a grand cosmic model that simulates the universe's cyclical process of infinite expansion and contraction. Their goal is to predict when the heat death of the universe will occur and explore the possibility of information reversal. Time passes by, day after day. At first, Professor Rahala occasionally sends back data, seemingly having arrived at the distant future. Continuously, she keeps transmitting interferences about the cosmic model, having observed much more accurate data in the future. This is such a fascinating experience. I can't reveal details, but this is really intriguing. You should see it for yourself. Interference number 487 regarding updates to the cosmic model. I never expected it would be like this. Backward approach to cosmic model updates. But after that, hey Ishmael, a black-haired girl gently taps on the window frame, signaling her arrival. Isn't mealtime already? She reflexively checks her terminal, yet no notification chimes. Beyond the window, the stars designated for timekeeping remain dim and lightless. No, that's not it. We received another weird message. Why are you spacing out? Just don't worry about your instructor. Take care of yourself, okay? Ether slips in through the doorway and refills Ishmael's cup with a fresh drink. Yeah, although the time mainframe still maintains a connection with the terminal. With the terminal she equips, she hasn't sent any messages back for quite some time. Thanks to information Professor Ryler has been sending back, the cosmic model is approaching perfection. The lack of any messages from her for such a long time remains concerning. Maybe she's been sending messages to her family instead. Maybe. Drowning in thought for a moment, Ishmael confirms once more that the mainframe hasn't received any transmissions from Mahler before turning to look at Ether. It's not mealtime yet. Why did you sneak out? Huh? Ether, arms folded, appears caught in intense internal conflict. Emotions flicker unpredictably across her face. Eventually, after a prolonged pause, she breaks the silence. Screw it. I think I should tell you anyway. Even though my instructor told me not to say anything to you, they're worried it might affect your condition. Because, and I also think it's just a coincidence, but take a look at this. Ether projects a note from her terminal. Remember that machine capable of capturing messages from either the far future or the distant past? After capturing that first message, my instructor specifically arranged for people to check that machine regularly. Just yesterday, we discovered that it intercepted a new message from the data stream. Technically, this is classified, but contains information about you, and since you're part of the research institute, you fall under its knowledge-sharing system. That's why I dared to bring it out to show you. Huh? She gazes at the note in shock. Ishmael, the heat death hypothesis, has become a reality. When approximately was this message received? According to the time it was captured by the worm trap, it was around 2303 standard time yesterday. At 2303 standard time yesterday, the time mainframe did indeed register a minor fluctuation. Could it be related to this message? I still think it's just a coincidence. Given enough time, even a monkey with a typewriter could produce a literary masterpiece. Besides, they couldn't even spell your name correctly. He points at Ishmael written on a note and shakes her head. The machine must have computed this on its own, extracting data from recent information streams and simulating this. You're right. Ishmael maintains a frightening calm as she records the characteristics of this unusual fluctuations data stream, collects relevant information from the surroundings, and archives all the data. Only then does she slowly turn her head. Only my professor would misspell would misspell the mile in my name as Mary. Ishmael. With only outlandish speculations, there's no way to verify that the heat death hypothesis has become reality. Ishmael diligently seeks help from every available source, working with the professors run the scholar named TA3T class. They have captured fragment after fragment of information from the River of Time. I entered the future. Limited by certain rules, I can't leave behind much information. Could it be God or cosmic law? I see universe about to perish. The data stream irreversible. It come Ishmael, the heat death hypothesis has become a reality. Messages left Messages left by her professor in the future keep appearing, coinciding with the abrupt loss of connection between her terminal and the time mainframe. She has disappeared, vanishing into the future of an unknown time far ahead. Countless pieces of evidence are laid bare, forcing the Galactic Research Institute to confront this terrifying truth. The heat death hypothesis has become reality. Heat death cannot possibly exist. We still have countless stars, and the universe is boundless. How could there ever be a day when everything is exhausted? But what about the rate of reproduction? With medical care so perfected, living beings barely age or die. After a certain period, our population will completely fill the planet. Now, even the most inhospitable planet, Bola, has begun accepting immigrants. If this continues, we'll eventually fill this entire galaxy. There's still the next star system, and the universe is much wider beyond. It took us tens of thousands of years to deplete this planet's resources, and now we've even begun creating new planets ourselves. But it's only been less than 2,000 years since we began exploring this galaxy. Now, the energy required for annual migration to other planets drains 1/10 of an entire star. After another 100 years, another 300, another 500. Or you think we can just brush it all off and wait for it like this until heat death comes to pass, and the entire universe is completely extinguished like a candle burned down to nothing? The heated debate momentarily ceases and the room falls into complete silence. I still believe heat death is absolutely impossible. We shouldn't dive headfirst into this research solely on the basis of Rowland's personal theories. But apparently this has already become a reality. The renowned director waves a hand in irritation, seemingly unwilling to continue this part of the discussion. Many of the messages Rowland sent back have been verified, though lacking in detail. They're sufficient to confirm the authenticity of this information. Furthermore, after obtaining the information from her, Ishmael and TA3T class have improved the cosmic model she left behind. A cosmic model? Do you remember Rahala's original research direction? Construct the macro model of the cosmos to find solutions to heat death and explore the possibility of information reversal. The director pinches the bridge of his nose and waves his hand, signaling Ishmael to continue speaking. With the data and information continuously transmitted back from Professor Rahala, we have perfected the cosmic regression model that previously had flaws. Complex information projection materializes in front of the desk with a series of parameters continuously scrolling by. Since this cosmic model was originally created to calculate the heat death, it has always featured a countdown display. When the model calculates that the universe has begun its contraction cycle, that is, when the heat death is approaching, this cosmic model would automatically initiate a countdown. Previously, when the model was still incomplete, the countdown section always showed garbled code until a few days ago when we filled the last gap in this model using the information sent by the professor. The young girl's face appears pale while a long string of numbers in the information projection flickers incessantly, gradually dwindling in value. 10 standard years from now? But how can you be certain this is real? After her discovery, we requested a batch of experimental subjects. The pink-haired girl purses her lips, a sense of discomfort evident in her expression. We have attempted to send them to a time beyond the countdown deadline with a simple button designed to transmit information back to us. Until now, the time mainframe hasn't received a single message from them. Well, lowers her eyes as she projects a series of information onto the display. Travelers sent over 10 standard years into the future have completely lost their connection to the mainframe. and the information fluctuations that have appeared right before their disconnection are exactly identical to that of Scholar Rala. They all hit a wall known as heat death. The crimson numbers hang over everyone like a sword of Damocles, emitting an ominous ticking sound. They have left no information behind. There's no way to even surmise what exactly happened to them. I can only analyze based on this data. Before this, they had never considered such a grand proposition. In such a vast universe, how could the heat of stars possibly be exhausted? Even if the main sequence stars were depleted, there are so many others, unstable pulsating variables, late-type giants, flare stars, and other variables. With such abundant resources, they could even activate massive stellar core attractors to create their own asteroids. How could heat death possibly come? However, through a series of meticulous verifications from every possible perspective, evidence has consistently validated Rahula's hypothesis. What are you planning to do? Continue Rahula's research. The director gestures to Ishmael, who furrows her brows and begins to explaining her instructor's research with visible unease. Professor Rahula once proposed that there might exist a certain substance in the universe capable of storing information. Using this information as a medium, perhaps our civilization could be stored within it, transcending the heat death of the universe in an alternative form. She designed this research as a contingency project for surviving the heat death, which is why another research team has been continuously advancing the study. In the preliminary stage, we have confirmed the existence of the hypothesis and reached conclusions through theoretical material calculations. Subsequently, the Galactic Research Institute immediately assembles a specialized research team to take over Rahula's work. Massive detectors are built one after another, with the largest one occupying an entire asteroid. They have invested the massive amounts of funding and resources, trying desperately to find that seemingly fantastical substance. Whoa. This is really something else. Ether gazes at Ishmael's completely renovated laboratory, clicking her tongue in amazement. My instructor tried forever to get this mass spectrometer, but now you're here juggling 3 of them like it's no big deal. Oh, and this one here. This terminal is monitoring that legendary gravitational matter detector installed on the planet, isn't it? Her face beams with excitement as she watches the information continuously scrolling across the terminal screen. This is amazing. I'd love to visit that planet someday and see that legendary detector in person. Hey, why do you still look so glum? Etha playfully nudges Ishmael with her elbow. Yeah. Ishmael shows little enthusiasm for the new laboratory equipment. She frowns as she studies the information captured by the terminal. I'm just feeling a bit uneasy. Uneasy? What's there to be uneasy about? You've got all these people helping with the research, plus all kinds of high-end detection equipment with an unlimited funding. Isn't that awesome? Ether draws out her words. She plops down in a nearby chair. But the cost of all this is too high. In our recent experiments, each activation of the gravitational matter detector consumes 1/10 of a star's energy. The information isn't decreasing, it's actually increasing at alarming rates instead. 2 stars have already been extinguished. Are the higher-ups unaware of this? I've already brought this issue up, but... Ishmael, you must understand one thing. The director of the Galactic Research Institute speaks with a steady voice that brooks no argument. Our civilization has reached its current state through billions of years of accumulated progress. It stands like a brilliant lighthouse continuously radiating light throughout the universe. Our civilization is at its most prosperous moment. We have already mapped out this galaxy, this universe, and now we are advancing toward even deeper, more distant frontiers. At this juncture, we needn't worry about 1 or 2 stars. This figure stands tall with his back to the window. Rather than concerning ourselves with extinguishing a star, what we need to consider is preserving everything we currently have.
It's about preserving our civilization, protecting it as it navigates through the heat death. No matter the cost, we must keep it safe. The director turns his head, glancing at the timekeeping star outside the window. Geez, that's really a lot of pressure. I can't imagine having so many big shots keeping an eye on everything I do. Not just about the pressure, though. I can't shake the feeling that this is not the right approach. But it's hard to do anything about it, you know. Information is irreversible, like spilled water from a cup. It's impossible to gather it all back up. Don't worry about it, just let the big shots handle all those headaches. Alright, time to clock out. Ethan's picking up anything for the chair. Let's go hit the shops. Wait a moment. Pulled along by Etha's grip on her arms, Ishmael only manages to switch off the lights before being hurriedly whisked away. In the dimly lit laboratory, large equipment blinks with rhythmic patterns of light. Mary, do not explore. What? Throughout this enormously expensive experiment, stars across the universe continue to extinguish one by one. The Galactic Research Institute seems entirely unfazed by the escalating costs. When one galaxy extinguishes, there's always another. The universe is vast and infinite. They wouldn't trouble themselves over such concerns. The Galactic Exploration Team hasn't brought back any news from the other universes yet. Before the last main sequence star in this universe extinguishes, the experiment team, led by Ishmael, finally has discovered that special substance. It is a coincidence that seems destined to happen. Execute routine information, logging an organization. Authorization verification successful. Standard time 7871 2215. Gravitational matter detector compressing substance. Something? Experiment failed. Okay, standard time 7871 2218. Gravitational compressing substance. Failed. Okay. Failed again. Failure record 2215. Failure record 2218. Failure record. A long list of failure records line the terminal screen, but Ishmael remains undaunted. Scientific research has always been a cycle of relentless toil where the fruits of success are notably scarce, let alone when they're practically searching for a virtual substance that might not even exist. Standard time 782303. Pressing. Experiment successful. Gravitational magnetic field captured. Code virtual particle. 2303. Record successful. Her eyes widen as she looks in disbelief at the rapid stream of data cascading across the terminal's interface. Her gaze locks onto the luminous red words flashing boldly before her. Experiment successful. How is this even possible? It actually exists. Inside the laboratory, the experiment terminal rapidly records all information with bright red text flashing repeatedly across the screen. Okay, again, experiment success, code virtual particle. Okay. The Punisher. Punisher is the Agent Zero belonging to the four-winged White Raven. The Galactic Research Institute has reportedly made a groundbreaking discovery of the code virtual particle substance. In efforts to simplify communication, the Galactic Research Institute has officially named the substance Substance Zero, following extensive research. Now, please join me in welcoming Director of the Galactic Research Institute to unveil this extraordinary discovery to us. Hello everyone, I am Silton, Director of the Galactic Research Institute. The code virtual particle substance has been officially designated by us as Substance Zero. This special substance was discovered by a team led by our researcher Ishmael. We're currently running multiple verification tests on it, while our leading research team delves into its specific properties.
But first, what we can confirm is it genuinely can replicate atomic level life. It's like a large and stable... well, in simpler terms, it's like those holographic simulation game consoles that are popular among teenagers these days. Eventually, Substance Zero will be used to store our entire civilization. The audience below erupts into a thunderous applause, celebrating both the Galactic Research Institute's discovery and the new voyage they're about to embark on. The director's using Substance Zero as a hustle for funding again. Sure, we've made progress with our research, but is this really gonna be fine? Hey Ishmael, have you been listening to me? Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about something else. What's with you today? Ether stands up from the table, studying Ishmael with concern. You've been completely out of it ever since Professor Wilder left. I know you're worried about her, but aren't we all doing our best here? You were totally out of it when the project kicked off, and you're still the same even after you found Substance Zero. What's really going on with you? You've never been like this before. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. Ishmael stares at the constantly streaming data on the terminal, anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes. Didn't the director already announce the conclusion? Substance Zero is enough to help us survive the heat death. So what's there to worry about? You did an amazing job finding a solution in just 5 standard years. Ether tries to comfort Ishmael. You really should take a break. You've been staring at the terminal for days now. Are you waiting for the results from the first batch of life replication? Well, I get it. It's the actual life we're talking about here after all. Ether rests her chin on her hand, her face filled with admiration. Such a profound proposition. I'd love to join your project team, but my instructor absolutely refuses to let me go. Beyond the window, the sun has already dipped below the horizon. The sparse natural stars above flicker faintly. The timekeeping star looms heavily, methodically announcing the present hour. That star is glowing. There, that one, the last main sequence star. In the dim light, the final naturally formed star suspended in the sky flickers languidly. They're probably just using the final bits of energy from the main sequence star to make more asteroids. They've been at it for like forever. But that is the last star. Ishmael lets out a sigh. She has tried to stop the director and others from continuing the experiments on Substance Zero. She has even attempted to hide its discovery. But the planetary computer has faithfully recorded everything, with all experiment data being accurately synchronized and reported to the central system of the Institute. When Substance Zero's ability to replicate information was discovered, the director was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately organized a press conference of all scales to announce this momentous news to the entire galaxy. Director, I still think there's something off with Substance Zero. I've already informed them to process your contribution bonus for this standard year. It's not about my bonus, Director. The characteristics that Substance Zeros have shown are totally chaotic by nature. It's really dangerous. Of course I know that chaos is dangerous, Ishmael. The Director finally looks up from the complex tasks on his terminal. But the world needs hope, and our civilization needs to be preserved. We only have 5 standard years left, Ishmael. Besides, we've already tested it. It indeed can replicate everything from our civilization. Whether it's in organic matter or organic matter, from buildings to plants and even life itself. But so far, all the information has been reproducing chaotically. How is chaos not a form of order in itself? Perhaps we just haven't discovered its patterns yet. It is, after all, a new form of matter. We need to give it enough time. Alright, I have an interview coming up. How about you come along to provide some commentary? I'd rather not. Thank you, Director. In resignation, she gently closes the door from outside. Ever since then, the Director has subtly marginalized her, excluding her from Substance Zero's core research circle and restricting her to synchronized experiment data access only. There's nothing different from stripping away all her authority within the project. Fortunately, Ishmael has already lost interest in continuing that part of the research. She immerses herself in Rahala's previous research on the time travel mainframe, beginning a self-imposed exile of repetitive dry information experiments. Authorization verification successful. Standard time 73, 78, 73, 1505. Substance 0 experiment replication of substance replication successful. Okay, replication successful. Replication successful. Regularly perusing the Substance Zero experiments records relayed by the terminal, Ishmael watches everything unfold with deep concern. She has repeatedly calculated the properties of Substance Zero but never managed to verify the results. The countdown within the cosmic regression model steadily diminishes, despite utilizing the time mainframe multiple times to project subjects into the future. The results remain unchanged. Is the emergence of Substance Zero truly the solution to the heat death of the universe? Okay. Mission successful. The terminal stoically persists in generating streams of successfully replicated data. Its experiment has almost never failed. Guided by the leading research team, they continue to delve deeper into the properties of Substance Zero, exploring its capabilities in replication, storage, and manifestation. The first batch of life replicated by Substance Zero has successfully entered its core, having reappeared from Substance Zero in a mist-like form. These entities demonstrate the ability to engage in regular communication and perform all physiological functions. According to the living beings that have entered Substance Zero, within it they exist as mind rather than body, as consciousness, not flesh. Substance Zero can replicate the true essence of life. They will follow Substance Zero into the depths of space, leaving their useless physical shells behind on the planets. After entering Substance Zero, their mind can extend throughout the entire galaxy. They can see all points of light in the universe, having become a new, higher form of life. After repeated verification by the Galactic Research Institute, they have determined that Substance Zero is the solution to surviving the heat death. They believe this is a sign that can elevate their civilization to the next level, and they have already run out of time. The countdown in the cosmic model shows only a mere 3 standard years remaining. After volunteers entered Substance Zero in batches without experiencing any rejection phenomena, the galactic government decides to mobilize and encourage living beings to enter Substance Zero on the largest possible scale. Ishmael? Why are you still standing here? Isn't your name on this batch's evolution list? Ether pushes open the door, rushing in while waving 2 application forms. I crossed my name off the list. What? Why would you do that? I thought you weren't on the list, so I grabbed the application form from the Institute's Special Access just for you. Ether furrows a brow, looking at Ishmael with confusion. Tell me, what are you worried about this time? Is it Professor Rahala, or your last star? I'm sorry, Ether, I sent you a mail about it. But I still want to hear it from you in person. I'm sorry, but I still believe that Substance Zero shouldn't be the final solution. I don't want you to evolve. The terminal transmits replication data to me every day, and I've been calculating its patterns, but it has never shown any kind of pattern that we recognize. It's completely chaotic. Ishmael anxiously brings up all records from the terminal and transfers them to Ether, looking at her hopefully, desperate for her understanding. The director did say that they still haven't discovered any patterns in Substance Zero, but the leading research team has already verified that the replicated life exhibits biological characteristics. They just exist in a different form. I believe this is indeed a form of life evolution. The director taught this in theoretical class before, right? When life enters a higher dimension, it may enter cosmic magnetic fields, becoming mechanical life, existing as waveforms, or it may find new ways to exist. Why won't you accept that Substance Zero might be the right direction? With trembling fingers, Ishmael lowers her head in dejection. No one would ever listen to a mere researcher's doubt, even if she can produce 153 papers to validate her ideas, even if she has countless pieces of information proving the dangers of Substance Zero. It's just like No one would choose a dying star over the catastrophe of civilization's doom. No one will believe her. So, are you also preparing to enter Substance Zero? Yes, I'm sorry. My family and instructor are all preparing to enter Substance Zero. I'll be in the second batch. I noticed your name isn't on the list. Either heaves a deep sigh, placing the application form on the table. I'll leave the form here. I hope you take some time reconsidering it. Noticing that Ishmael has started staring blankly out of the window again, Ether shakes her head and walks out of the room. The second batch of life to be evolved has entered Substance Zero as scheduled. Okay. Application success. After a brief adaptation period, the Galactic Research Institute soon allows others to visit them. Through multiple steps of approval, Ishmael finally secures the opportunity to speak with Ether, who now resides in Substance Zero. Ether? Ether! Facing a mass of dense white mist, Ishmael finds herself at a loss for where to begin. The hazy mist outlines a human form, vaguely resembling the familiar Ether she knows. Hello? Since when did you get so formal, Ishmael? Someone might think we barely know each other. The mist gently surged forward as if to offer a gentle embrace to Ishmael, only to restrain itself and retreat back into the glass container holding Substance Zero, firmly avoiding even the slightest contact with Ishmael's clothes. Is Substance Zero really the right direction? Go ahead and send in your application to join us. I've told you all along that Substance Zero is definitely the correct evolutionary path. Now that I'm here, I can totally see this is the most suitable place for life to exist. Do not worry, there is no danger here, no threats. Heat, death, entropy, increase, none of these matter anymore. Not to push you or anything, but you really should join us. Come on, once you're here, we can be friends just like before. Ether. She displays a look of confusion, appearing exactly as she did when she still lived outside. May your soul soar with the four-winged white raven. The mist-formed figure silently vanishes. Visitation time is up. Substance Zero has just replicated a large number of living beings and it now needs a rest. Substance Zero needs rest? Of course, Substance Zero is a new form of matter. After it simultaneously replicates too many organisms into itself, it requires a certain period to recover. The guard researcher explains in a rigid manner. Ishmael furrows a brow and quickly departs from this unsettling place. The countdown of the cosmic model continues. Meanwhile, the immigration into Substance Zero by the Galactic Government proceeds in an orderly fashion. From the first batch of experiment subjects to the second batch of scientific researchers, after it's confirmed that some of the researchers can maintain mental clarity and continue their previous research and communications even within Substance Zero, the third batch follows, then the fourth. Nearly 1/5 of all life in the galaxy has already entered Substance Zero. Ishmael? After a gentle knock on the door, TA-3T class enters Ishmael's office. Are you calculating the pattern of Substance Zero? I'm sorry, but I can't just figure it out. The floor is littered with crumpled drafts, evidence of the fierce battle that took place here. Ishmael sits dazed in the center, staring vacantly at the final sheet of paper. On the paper lies still just a disordered sequence of numbers. Substance Zero is an absolutely distorted substance. I've run calculations on the planetary computer numerous times but obtained no results. Just think how her name is TA-3T class. Very, very interesting. I wonder if she descended from Elon Musk. Just kidding. But the evolution continues nonetheless, doesn't it? To one side, the terminal monitoring Substance Zero continues to endlessly print line after line of data, as ordered living beings continuously enter the disordered cycle. I don't approve of this reckless life replication into an unknown substance, but unfortunately, she gently runs her hand over the time mainframe beside her, suddenly changing the subject. Still nothing from Rala. Oh, I always keep the mainframe online, but I haven't received any location signal from Professor's terminal. It's as if she never existed at all. She has examined countless time marks since then, shifting through intricate overlapping information, but has never found any data transmitted from the one person she most wants to hear from. Huh, are you planning to enter Substance Zero too? Not yet. I've come to find you because the leading research team has discovered some new problems. Substance Zero has begun extending beyond its containment. At first, only a small patch of white mist extended from the edges of the container storing Substance Zero. The leading research team immediately conducted extensive tests on it, ultimately determining it to be excess matter protruding from a minute section of Substance Zero. They even became ecstatic about it, as Substance Zero, which has always been incapable of self-replication or expansion, finally showed a sign of growth. But Substance Zero is chaotic. Yes, Substance Zero is chaotic and its reproduction is equally so. The once mild Substance Zero begins reproducing chaotically, growing with fanatical intensity. From the initial glass petri dish to an entire room, then to a corner of the research institute. Like a giant beast finally burying its fangs, Substance Zero recklessly devours everything in its path. Chaotic growth. Substance Zero has developed corrosive traits. As long as it makes contact with even a small part of any living organism or matter, it will instantly engulf it. This shouldn't be happening. Substance Zero is supposed to be the stairway to evolution. Someone, hurry, help, pull him out! Chaotic development, chaotic traits, and its evolving self. Wait, the terminal that continuously monitors Substance Zero's replication process slowly spits out new data. Okay. Birth successful. Interesting. It is creating new life. The Galactic government has arrested the director of the Galactic Research Institute, who so persisted in advocating for Substance Zero, urgently appointing TA-3T class as the new director of the Institute to focus entirely on resolving the Substance Zero crisis. But everyone is at a complete loss when facing a substance whose development trajectories are almost entirely unknown. Those successfully replicated living beings have never appeared in Substance Zero's mist again. They seem to have all fallen dormant inside Substance Zero, their biological signatures no longer detectable. Meanwhile, a new will is suddenly born from within Substance Zero. We decided to call it the Punisher for now. In the Research Institute, Tom massages her forehead, trying to relieve the fatigue from days of continuous work. The Punisher? Yeah, its appearance is like a punishment for our civilization, don't you think? We thought we were climbing the stairs to the next level, but all we have found is complete devastation. I'm sorry, There's no need for you to apologize. If anything, we should be the ones apologizing. You kept warning us back then, but even I didn't take your word seriously. Carl lets out a heavy sigh. The heat death has never come. Substance Zero has indeed successfully prevented its arrival. Information doesn't develop further. Most of it has been replicated into Substance Zero as previously theorized, but it seems to have heralded an entirely different form of catastrophe. In the void, the pale doll folds her wings, her countenance is devoid of emotion as she silently peruses the weighty tome adorned with the four-winged white raven emblem. The reading has taken far more time than initially anticipated. The pink-haired woman silently appears beside Chaos, who is mechanically turning the pages. Her expression holds an indescribable mixture of emotions. Instead of erupting in fury at having her civilization peeped, she simply remains quietly by Chaos's side. Substance Zero is just another form of the punishing virus, isn't it? Chaos breaks the deathly silence. Yes. In the civilization of the four-winged white raven, what was named Substance Zero is just another form of the punishing virus. The Punisher is the four-winged white raven's Agent Zero. Even a civilization as prosperous as the four-winged white raven will also be subject to the filtering. From what I've observed, their so-called filtering has no clear rules. A flick of confusion shows in her translucent white pupils, only to quickly vanish. The will of the world cannot be defied. Even something as magnificent as the four-winged white raven will ultimately succumb to heat death. Even if you could absorb all the information within the Hedor Tower, even if you could push back time to the point before its arrival, human civilization might simply be ended even sooner. The universe will ultimately succumb to the heat death. Even the stars will eventually die out. Everything will return to dust. Regardless of the struggle, the ending remains all the same. Then, what are you doing now? How did you manage to survive? According to the traits of Substance Zero, or rather the punishing virus on Earth, everything will be swept away by the red tide. Everything is bound to be devoured by the white mist. Ishmael should have been buried within the white mist like Substance Zero and carried beyond the gate. But how did she survive? And why did she choose to use Substance Zero to preserve her entire civilization within the stellar ring? The pink-haired woman lets out a gentle sigh. Such a strong thirst for knowledge. I suppose there's no harm in telling you about things that are already history. She gently waves her hand at the heavy tome. The pages rustle as they turn to a section far ahead in the book. On the weathered pages of the tome, light grey text mingles with blood-red stains. The civilization of the four-winged white raven did not escape the scythe of the Punisher. During one operation to dispel the white mist of Substance Zero, the mist took on a tangible form, and that will born from Substance Zero. It has been recklessly harvesting everything that belongs to this civilization, declaring that the end of the universe is far beyond mere heat. Ishmael stands in the research institute, watching the researchers hurriedly carrying the time mainframe that has been modified by her and TA3. Time to give it a new name. The Valhalla Time Machine. That's not very funny, Ta. Ranla was always worried about you. Thought you were too rigid for someone so young. Ta sighs and turns her head to look at the machine again. Let's call it the Temporal Plane Disruption and Spatial Dispositioning Restoration Terminal. That's too long. Come on, it can be simplified. The terminal can still be called the Travel Terminal, and the mainframe can still the Time Mainframe. Well, let's just go with that for now. I'll check on the first batch of Pioneer applicants. You keep an eye on the movement of Substance Zero. The Institute needs a code name to refer to. Our silhouette pauses momentarily before continuing to walk away. Her voice echoes from afar. Let's call it Shrike, the Shrike Research Institute. Having exhausted all available weapons and strategies to no avail against Substance Zero, the remaining survivors have gathered under Tar's leadership to use the time mainframe to return to the past, intending to alter the course of events. The time mainframe is hastily modified, equipped with travel terminals. The first Pioneer team embarks on their journey through time. They call the time when Substance Zero appeared the Genesis Year, and mark the time when the four-winged white raven civilization falls into doom as the Terminus Year. Disregarding their own safety, they travel back in time again and again to alter history, hoping to save their civilization. But no one has succeeded. The emergence of Substance Zero and the Punisher seems inevitable. Their war only serves to taint the white mist shrouding the Punisher with the hue of blood. The four-winged white raven is destined to meet its end here. I received a message from 253. Any updates? 253 died 1 standard year ago. May his soul soar with the four-winged white raven. 254 and 255 are already set off. I'll also be departing in 3 standard days. If all goes well, I should return after about 7 standard days. Okay. Watching as Pioneer 256 walks away, Ishmael lowers her gaze. Another Pioneer member gone. Yes, it's 253. His name was Leltuheth. I forget from who was Pioneer 142. This is already the 253rd Pioneer. and there aren't many time travelers left who can still carry out missions. Ishmael opens the registry on her terminal and gently marks deceased next to Lol to his name. Life in the galaxy is constantly dwindling. The Punisher harvests everywhere, capable of appearing at any point in time after the birth of Substance Zero. Most of the pioneers have died at the hands of the Punishers. Now, across the various time periods, there are fewer than 100 time travelers remaining in the Shrike Research Institute. As it absorbs more and more information, the Punisher seems to have developed a semblance of consciousness, starting a calculated pursuit of these insects striving to shake the colossal tree. Out on the list in the next pioneer team and become a time traveler. Tala furrows her brows as she looks at Ishmael. Words hover on the edge of her lips, yet she restrains herself from choosing the silence. I understand. Let's have your information registered. You'll be the 367th time traveler. The terminal screen reopens and Ishmael's information is entered in the time traveling pioneer team roster. There have been many attempts to snuff out Substance Zero during the initial phase of the Research Institute, and they all failed. As long as Substance Zero appears, someone will always begin advancing its research. Replace the Institute Director and other higher-ups will still push forward the emergence of Substance Zero. Replace the research team and the other teams will take over the project. Therefore, your mission is to return to the time before Substance Zero appeared, find Rahala and prevent her from initiating research project on Substance Zero. Prevent Professor Rahala from initiating research on Substance Zero. Can you do it? I can. Without further hesitation, Ishmael nods. Ta looks at Ishmael with a complex expression. There's likely no turning back, Ishmael. You still have one last chance to choose. I have to do something. I failed to stop the advancements of the Substance Zero research, and I can prevent them from continuously replicating life into it. With things having gone this far, I have to do something. Instinctively, she looks toward the table, but the cup that Ether used to fill with sweet drinks for her is no longer there. Your departure time is set for 3 days from now. Shrike Research Institute. After seeing off another batch of travelers, only a handful of staff members remain in the Research Institute. The A3T class stands by the time mainframe, personally helping Ishmael adjust the target coordinates. Are you ready? Yeah. The pink-haired girl calmly adjusts the time travel terminal, and the four-winged Right Raven guide you back safely. The time mainframe activates and a ghostly blue light envelops Ishmael's body like a liquid. Her vision sinks into a vast emptiness, and something seems to press against her chest, pushing her backward. Ugh. A wave of dizziness and unease courses through her nervous system. Instinctively, Ishmael takes hold of the terminal she's carrying, but the next second her eyes widen in terror. Gradually, one after another, carved markings start materializing along the flank of her terminal. Ishmael, failure cannot be avoided. Professor, Rahala! In the boundless space-time tunnel, she seems to catch a glimpse of her professor's silhouette. It also seems to see nothing at all. Suddenly she realizes it, understands it all. Why instructor transmitted back the concept of heat death, why she could only send messages through the information capturing machine. I see, the universe is about to perish. Why instructor's time travel terminal completely lost connection, and why she has now completely vanished. The data stream, irreversible. It come. Rahala, the professor, has been banished to the endless void of space like a ghost. Ishmael, the heat death hypothesis has become a reality. The latter half of the sentence, restricted by the universe's rules, was never sent out. Ishmael, do not explore heat death. Failure cannot be avoided. As Ishmael recounts all this, her expression remains impassive, as if none of it has anything to do with her. Only in her eyes, no longer a vivid blue, crystallizes a trace of sorrow that cannot be swept away. What happened after that? I only want to know your solution. Chaos stares at the book, expressionless. After that, well, Substance Zero relentlessly pursued the footsteps of time travelers, while our civilization repeatedly endured the endless cycles of suffering. Just like how the red tide spreads through the Header Tower, Substance Zero similarly attempts to corrupt the time mainframe of the four-winged right wave, and after it mastered this rule, countless time travelers were hunted down from every temporal crevice, like helpless rats caught by a cat. After that, a girl named Ishmael survived within this nightmarish closed loop for an unknown duration. She experienced thousands upon thousands of cycles, breaking free from countless cages. Finally, before Substance Zero could devour everything, she at last blank and obtained Substance Zero's authority. As you have seen, I placed my civilization in the subspace, the world beyond that gate, allowing them to survive just as they did before. While I, with the help of Substance Zero's traits, became a gatekeeper chosen by the will. That's all I can tell you for now. Ishmael smiles enigmatically, speaking with a deliberate ambiguity. Okay, so the punishing virus was created by the four-winged white raven. No, this kind of substance isn't something that can be created by anyone. Whether it's the chaos, contamination, punishing virus, or heat death, these appear to be merely tools of the cosmic will, methods they use to recycle or filter. If one can survive these calamities, they can progress further, getting closer to them and gaining more knowledge, but if not, then one cannot obtain the ticket to advance into the Stellar Sea. I've told you everything I can, Kane. She smiles, gazing at the pale doll. Even so, do you still insist on saving your civilization? Are you helping me? Chaos never ceases, gathering the endless threads of causality, or rather, from the moment this story began until now, Chaos has repeated this action. Initially I planned to place Ishmael here as a projection, simply for some entertainment. It had been a long time since I saw such a complex little world, but then I saw you. I believe you have the potential to become my companion. Watching Chaos's movements, Ishmael responds with silence. You've already made your decision long ago. Never intend to give up. What humanity seeks has always been something simple, but the current circumstances have put that hope far beyond reach. I will bring them home. No matter what I become, no matter how much power I gain, I have never changed my mind. I am going to bring them home. Double spirals. Damn, it's already 4 a.m. I am tired. I am very, very tired. So unfortunately, we will continue this next day or when I wake up. So thanks again for everyone who came along. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow as we go on to finish this chapter. With that, y'all have a good one. Bye bye.